till 2, morning show.
Hey, everybody. Good. Uh-oh. That's not good. I don't like seeing myself over and over and over again. That's bad news, Bears. So does this mean Johnny overslept? Does this mean I didn't get him a link on time? Does this mean he's on his way? No, he wouldn't be on his way here, because if he was on his way here, he would have said, I'm running late. So I think Johnny might have overslept. Look, I've overslept on Johnny. It happens. What are you going to do about it? I've overslept on that guy, so he can oversleep on me every once in a while. But that looks like it's just you and I so far this morning. Oh, wait. Oh, hold on. Wait. No, he's here. Hold on. Wait. Time out. I was all, you know what I was doing? I was stretching my joints and my muscles. I was like, you know what? Solo show. I got this. I can do this. 4.5 hours by myself. I'll knock this shit out of the park. And I was just getting ready. I was kind of, getting limbered up and all that. And all of a sudden I hear a voice in the darkness. And there he is. Johnny's here. That's always strange when you have a plan and then the plan doesn't go according to plan, and then you get ready for the new plan and you're like, okay, I can, you know what? This wasn't ideal, but I can handle this. This is the new plan. And then the old plan comes back and you're like, but I was ready for the new plan. So now we're back to the old plan.
I can go if you like. I mean,
no. As a matter of fact, I'm glad you're here, because I need to do. You reminded me of something. Just give me 1 second. By the way, thank you, Matt Van Meter, for getting us off to a fine start this morning with those 10 gifted memberships. That is awesome. Let me do something here. There's you.
Yep,
hold on. If I could type with my fat fingers. That's not what I wanted to write. There we go. And that's a bingo. There we go.
Okay, I was going to say, you're very much sounding like Bluey there. I was expecting you to go, and why should I care?
I may or may not have forgotten about something yesterday, and when I saw you this morning, I corrected it. So there we go.
Well, I'm sure we're good.
It is now corrected. Balls Deep says you could have sent Stevie the link. I think I would have. Look. I was about to say, look, I'll just do a solo show. I don't mean like I'm against giving Stevie the link. I love Stevie. I think Stevie's great. I was just saying, you know what? Take that dog for a walk. Let that muscle work a little bit. If Johnny wasn't going to be here today, just do I always call it do a Rush Limbaugh show. Not like talk about politics all day, but like Rush
just
Limbaugh
solo.
Yeah, Rush Limbaugh did what, 3 hours by himself every day?
Yep.
That's not easy. I've done 4-hour shows, radio shows before by myself. 4-hour streams are hard by yourself, but like 4-hour radio shows, I've done that. That's very, very doable. 2 or 3 hour podcasts by yourself are pretty easy. But you prefer to have someone else there. Before we get started, let me thank Matt Van Meter for gifting 10 memberships. Suave Banana, Bo, Jonathan Moline, Kerry Cole, Nick Steven, Jesse Kling, Vader, and Ivan Joyderbaum, as well as Theodore Roosevelt. Good to have him as a member. And Who Let Dude In, all getting memberships. That means, boys and girls, we start at $315 this morning. $315 is our total goal there. And that means that you guys get that under 300 by the end of the first hour here, and we are in good shape. I got a message. Streamlabs took a shit, restarting and on my way in. I literally got that at 6:04.
Yep.
So
I heard it chime in on your computer just now.
What? Really? Mike?
I heard it go boo, little Facebook Messenger thing. Unless somebody
that
was
yours.
Well, fortunately, I have my end muted.
I was gonna say that wasn't. It ain't me. It ain't me. I ain't no senator's son. DJ Disco says Cranberries sing Johnny, not zombie. Do you get what he's saying? You're a zombie.
Yeah.
You understand what that doesn't really work with MS. It would be like if you were to do like a I Can't Dance or ZZ Top Legs or something like that. That might work. But zombie doesn't really work. Johnny has to die first for zombie to work. Right? Gotta be
technically, yeah.
Yeah, you got to be dead. Wait till he dies to make those kind of jokes. You make them now. I'm not saying that they're insensitive now. I'm saying they're not good.
Saying they're premature.
Yeah. If you make that joke after he dies, I would have laughed. That would have brought us some joy this morning. But now you're just confusing me. Los Federales says it was Aaron actually replying to his OnlyFans member. Not ready for my OnlyFans yet. We'll get there. Rusty Grammar says Johnny went 18 hours. Yes, I'm always reminded of that whenever I talk about how difficult it may be to do a solo show for 4 hours. I'm reminded that Johnny did 18 hours. Okay, let me rephrase. It's hard to do 4 hours by yourself really, really well. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I was only kidding, honey. Tim the Toolman Taylor says Johnny's mic is a little quiet today. Well, then do me a favor.
I'll pot it up a bit.
He'll pot it up a bit. That's a very solvable problem.
Yep.
There you go. So, yes, 315 is the number today. I have a fun idea. Why doesn't everybody just give me a shitload of money, and then we'll have no goal today, and then Johnny and I will fuck off and do a great show for 4 hours. I always start the show with that. I always just I call it a harmless opening beg salvo. And the
seems fine.
Yeah, you can't get it if you don't ask. So if I say, hey, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, like, you not only do you ask for it, you're very nice about it, explaining exactly that. Really, it's everyone's benefit because we get that problem out of the way and we don't even worry about it. We just do a good show.
So everybody, take money you have. Just take a look at your finances. Talk to your guy today, and ask your guy. You're like, hey, a quick $20 to the old steel toe PayPal. Is that gonna break the bank? And then when he says, nah, you're good, go ahead, you just light that fucker up, Just click on that PayPal link we've got there. I promise you it's working. Just throw $20 at Steel Toe, and you'll be so glad you did it. You'll feel like you just helped a retarded kid go to college. It really does make you feel good. I've contributed to, like, Mersh's show before, and I feel like I really did something. Or I've donated to Gino's show before. And I feel
fed those cats, motherfucker.
Yeah, I feel like I really did something. And, like, Mersh just has cats. I have 3 kids. So, like, if you throw it at us, it's just you feel really good about yourself. I haven't thrown Ricada any money yet because he broadcasts at the dog fuck middle of the night.
This is a weird time.
It's very strange to be broadcasting, to be a night owl like that.
Hey, man, if it works for him.
Yeah, he broadcasts in the middle of the night and gets hundreds of multiples of what we get when we broadcast in the primetime driving hours. Wonderful.
Oops.
It really, look, it doesn't make you want to cut your own throat.
No, I'm not jealous at all.
No, not at all. No problem. Because all the sex we have makes up for it.
Well, I guess that helps you.
Yeah, that always literally salves my behind. If that's the case. K-Fall in the Great says, Johnny, it is almost like Aaron has a new cash settlement and he needs cash now.
Oh, God.
Is that a JG Wentworth?
They showed me a bit on, I think it was Sunday. It's an Eminem song, and somebody mixed it with that jingle.
With the JG Wentworth jingle?
Yeah. Look it up online. Look up Eminem JG Wentworth.
Wentworth.
Yeah, it was just kind of funny.
Okay, let's Eminem brought to you by...
show it to Aaron. I got reprimanded yesterday for not doing my duty.
I have a structured settlement and I need cash now. Call JG Wentworth, 877 cash now.
It's just, again, it was kind of funny. It was just a cute little moment. Did you tell Aaron about the clip? And I'm like, no. And then someone's like, you were supposed to do. So again, yesterday I was getting bombarded in my chat with people just going, 877 cash now in my chat in caps, and so apparently I had to tell you about this.
Yes.
And I guess they didn't want to risk it to chance, so they had to bring it up in the chat.
May I give my opinion on it?
Not that funny?
Retarded. Absolutely.
You smirked at the end of it.
Absolutely retarded. You know what I was thinking when I watched that? I haven't watched 8 Mile in a while. Why are those black people's arms so rigid when they're doing this? They look like they're about to chop down a cherry tree. Their arms are like, they're not like, yeah, like this. They're like, like they're karate chopping. I don't like it. It's too aggressive.
So aggressive.
Yeah, it's too aggressive.
It's weird.
Those African Americans are being too aggressive. It makes me want to tell them to freeze. April says, we've thrown in money a time or two. Have we? I don't remember being awake for this. April's staying up late and cheating on me with donating money to Ricada Law. What the fuck? It's messed up, man.
You were there. You were asleep.
Wait, what? Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, I've contributed to Mersh before, too. I just do it by paying my taxes, and eventually the government subsidizes his rent. That is an ugly rumor. An ugly, disgusting thing to say. Why would you say that? So anyway, my point was 3:15 away from 10:30 today. Just all of you listening right now, just take your money, right? Take a little bit of your money and click one of those links that's in Rumble or YouTube and give like $20 to it, and we'll call this thing a day really nice and early. You know what? I think we've come up with a great solution for today's program. So far, nobody biting. But you just wait. You just wait. All right, we got some stuff to get into. How did dolphin raping go yesterday?
Pretty standard for dolphins, I think.
Yeah. Did you guys watch a lot of dolphins fucking things against their will?
No. It was really just the one clip. It was just the one with the dolphin.
That's it? All of that hoopla, all that hullabaloo, and we get one dolphin fucking clip?
Well, no, I mean, I brought it up that I played that clip on Sunday. I didn't really do much dolphin effing clips yesterday. That seems weird to fixate on it.
It really, you know what? I feel a little let down, and I feel a little under-delivered, too.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were expecting a lot of dolphin porn.
I was expecting quite a bit of dolphin fucking. To be reported on today. And now that I haven't gotten that, I feel like I now have to pull an audible. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Dead Game says insurance is just another racket for the... What the... Where did this come from? Michael B says check your 401k and then donate to Steel Toe. Don't do that. That's going to ruin it for you. That's not what you do. What you do is... You just take the money you have and you give us some of it. That's it. That's all it is. It's called an early morning opening bag. That's all it is. You take some of your money, you give it to us. Like Nicholas just did. See, like Nicholas just gave us $5. That's all it takes. Just take whatever you've got, subtract a little from it, and then give it right to us. It's so easy. You wouldn't believe how easy it is. 310, by the way, is today's number. Or be a VIP for $250 a month, says Coltrane. It is not $250 a month to be a VIP. It is $250 one time. And you get all of our T-shirts. You get our hoodie. You get 2 of our stickers. You get entered in the $100 drawing every month forever. And you get 2 tickets to all of our live events. There. That's what the VIP is. For $250 one time. Coltrane. Fall in the Great with $5 says, I was disappointed in the lack of Dolphin grape as well. Sorry for the noise dive. I think he means nose dive, not noise dive.
Oh, well.
But I get it. So it sounds like you've really upset some people with your lack of dolphin sex.
I don't remember where I promised there would be more. I brought up, we talked about yesterday briefly while you, I think, made wee-wees.
Yes, I made some wee-wees yesterday. I made wee-wees twice yesterday.
Yeah, you're a big boy. We talked about the fact that I played the clip. That was it. I didn't promise there'd be more.
I think you mentioned.
Really be worried. I'll be on an FBI list if I just spend all afternoon after I get done with this show. Be like, all right, let's find all the scenes of porpoise raping we can get.
What you don't understand. Here's what you don't understand. What you don't understand is that when you bring up, hey, we're going to cover dolphin sex on the show today, people just kind of assume that's a lengthy segment. And so if you only do a small amount of it, people feel like you lured them there under false pretenses. And I think the audience will back me up on that.
Again, the point I'm making is I never said we were covering it. I said I covered a clip about it on my show on Sunday. That's what I said yesterday.
Say what you want, but we all expected a certain thing. That's all. Just, you know what? Let's chalk it up to a misunderstanding.
I mean, you have Google search too, man. You can find the...
Yeah, but it's less dirty if you do it. If you look up the dolphins having sex, and I watch
one on the FBI watch list.
Right, like if I watch someone else do it, then I feel superior because I'm not looking up dolphin sex. That's the whole point of it. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says Mersh told everyone if you donated to Steel Toe, you're a queebo. So if you're saying he's not a lying benefit sucker, I guess I can't donate. You can donate to us. He's a lying benefit sucker. There. How's that? Mersh understands. He understands me selling him down the river for a few quick bucks. You know what I like about Mersh? I know I am comfortable in the belief that he would do the same exact thing. And I'm okay with that. Now, Annoyed Wawa supervisor.
Sure he has.
Yeah, exactly. Annoyed Wawa supervisor, you make good on your end of the bargain. April's going to shop at Goodwill in Beverly Hills, says Hobo Chili Recipe. It's a lot nicer when you do it there. It feels better. That's all. Omega Wolf says $250 a month, Imholt. How many hoodies do I need in South Louisiana? The VIP is not $250 a month. It's $250 one time ever. Fuck you, dude says if you send Aaron pics of BBC dipped in queso, the VIP drops to $150. What? So now not only do I like queso, but now there has to be a giant negroid cock in the queso, and then I get really worked up? Okay. I see what the narrative is.
It's called a cheesy Brazil nut.
That's what my grandma called them, cheesy toes.
Oh, dear Lord.
I don't understand. Somebody asks, how was the maggot rice yesterday? I ate the beef Donberry yesterday. It was fine. I did have a weird stomach cramping situation in the late afternoon. So I don't know if that was related, but I also have I have a confession to make.
Oh, Jesus. What did you do now?
This is not easy for me to do. But I've got another confession to make. I'm your fool. I'm sorry. Look, thanks, Johnny. That got what it deserved. I've got a confession to make. So a couple days ago, I tried I tried Raising Cane's again.
Yeah.
And I don't know what you know about my history with Raising Cane's, but I have shit on it.
Yeah, dude, we talked about this.
Yeah, aggressively shit on Raising Cane's. I don't know if they changed the recipe. I don't know if
it was the QB mayo. We discussed this.
Okay. But then yesterday we got the kids Raising Cane's for dinner last night after school. We just stopped. You know, sometimes Monday after school, you're just like, shit, let's just grab them something real quick. So we grabbed them that, and they loved it. The kids think the chicken tenders are great. The dipping sauce, great. All of it, great. So now I'm worried that I have to walk back what I said about Raising Cane's years ago about how shitty and awful they are. And I have to actually walk it back and say they aren't bad. I still prefer Popeyes, still prefer Chick-fil-A, still even prefer KFC. But it's not bad.
Well, KFC will always be the originator of the Chicken Little, and you can't give it
And
up.
I know it still exists. I just don't remember if they call it Chicken Little, if they call it Snackers. I don't know what the hell they're calling it now. But it's the best sandwich of any chicken sandwich place. Period, hands down. Hobo Chili Recipe says, don't pawn your obesity off to your children. What kind of parent are you? The worst, apparently. I'm the worst. I'm terrible. Kalama42 says, Cane's is egregious as fuck. The sauce is the only thing that is decent. Yeah, I want to agree with you, but I can't sit here and pretend that I didn't enjoy it. Scarface asking, does Aaron need some tendies? Now, let's not make this about that. All right, I had a little bit, and it was decent. Cheeseburger Pie says, Raising Cane's suck, and children's food likes don't count. Tin the Toolman Taylor says, wow, don't even mention Slim Chickens. Oh, you know what? No, fuck that. I love Slim Chickens. Slim Chickens is fantastic. I'm going to go Popeyes, Slim Chickens, Chick-fil-A, KFC, Cane's. Cane's is still at the bottom, but I'm not saying it's
never
horrible.
had Raising Cane's. I'll be honest. I've never wanted to have Raising Cane's, but anytime I've gone by it, I've thought, oh, that place sucks because we've discussed it. So I'm just it's
go ahead and try it. Try it for yourself. Tell me what you think, and then see which me was right. Put it that way. I have a lot of positions like that. There's a lot of topics where you can pick from one of my two positions and decide which me was the better me. Hobo Chili Recipe says, no food is bad food. Sincerely, Aaron Imholt. Thank you, Hobo. Appreciate that. Officer Cunts Be Howling with a terrible rumor says April has to cut up Aaron's tendies for him. I eat my tendies like a big boy. Thank you very much. I don't need a rumor started that I need my tendies cut up for me. Officer
just likes it that way.
No, Johnny. No, Johnny, that's not helping the way you think it is. I don't need my tendies cut up for me. I eat my tendies like a big boy. I grab them with my fingers, I dip them in the sauce, and I take a hearty bite. That's what I do. So no, April does not cut up my tendies for me. Let's let that rumor die in the womb. Thank you. Often, not Cunts Be Howlin'. Officer Cunts Be Howlin'. Coltrane with $5 says, you shouldn't make confessions on this show. It tends to haunt you. Cane's is garbage. Popeyes and Chick-fil-A are good. Well, look, man, I can't eat something, enjoy it, and then lie to you. That's me. I can't lie to my audience in that way.
It was true with Ricada Law. It's true with Raising Cane's.
They both may be bland, but they taste just fine. Wait.
In both cases, it's really the sauce that sold it.
You know, I really found it very pedestrian until the sauce came out. And then I thought, you know what? This has potential.
This is nice.
Yeah. I was like, pretty tasteless, pretty unremarkable, pretty unmemorable. And then out comes the sauce, and you go, oh, I get why people are into this. And then you just enjoy Christmas. Ryan the Garbage Man says, Cane's chicken. Hey, look, I'm reading the Rumble chat. I'm making the Rumble people feel good. Ryan the Garbage Man says, Cane's chicken is so plain it tastes like funeral home food. Their sauce is great. Raising Cane's is grubbin', says Packer Packer. And Tin the Toolman Taylor says you got to go down the hatch hole with your chicken tenders. But April does let Aaron out of the high chair and clean up the sauce that went everywhere, says Veldrain. See, now none of these are true. Kotad says, do you wipe your...
He doesn't need a high chair. He's very, very tall.
I'm a tall man. Brother Baines says I'm tall enough for a tall man. You can have all your movie references you want, but I just need one Malcolm X reference during the day, and I'm a happy guy. Kotad says, do you wipe your own ass too, big guy? I mean, I wasn't trying to turn it into a brag day, but I mean, yeah, and I do a pretty good job, they say. Hulkamasha Baby says, does she trade the crust off your sandwich too? I like the crust. My great Uncle Willie used to tell me that if you eat the crust, you grow big muscles. So my legs skipped crust day. Hobo Chili says Chick-fil-A sauce has crack in it. I'm telling you. Well, if anyone knows crack. Veldrain says, but April. Oh, I'm sorry. I just did the high chair one. That's what happens when you jump around in your own chat. That's what happens. Aaron likes Gino's tendy. That's pornographic. Do we really need that?
Literally.
Mad Joe says Aaron wears the skin of fried chicken on his face at night. Again, all these rumors that are coming out today, I'm glad you guys say them in the chat, and I'm glad we take the first 20, 30 minutes of the show to catch up with you guys and see what you're thinking. But because we get to dispel a lot of these ugly, nasty rumors. Like I wear fried chicken skin on my face. Yeah, we can put an end to all these rumors of me putting chicken skin on my face or April cutting up my tendies for me or anything like that. I mean, these are all just silly things. Silly things. The grease keeps him looking young. Again, you guys are just, you're daydreaming.
That's why he loves Gino.
All the grease.
But
Tigger next door says Popeyes taste like they get Chick-fil-A sandwiches from the bottom of the dumpster. Oh, shit. I don't know. I think they both do a solid job on their chicken. All right, guys, 3:05 away from 10:30 today, and you know us. We like to get under those $100 marks, those little benchmarks at the end of each hour. So you guys have 35 minutes to drop a 10 spot in there. I say, Johnny, and again, everybody just throw a little bit of money at us right now. We'll call this thing for the day. So there's the links in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships, and Rumble rants. We'll knock this thing out, and we'll call it a successful Tuesday. Remember, Tuesday, always the toughest day of the week for whatever reason. Let's make it an easy day of the week this week. That sounds like a great idea. Strike while the iron's hot. Get that thing under 300, and we're happy for the hour. Let's go to our first story today. I think it's about time we cover some shit, and I love this first one today. I'm so excited to bring this one to you. A school in New York. This one's in the Carolinas, I believe. A bunch of schools are doing different stuff. I've seen so many stories like this. North Carolina, a Graham, North Carolina school, took the mirrors out of their bathrooms at schools. They're not allowing any bathrooms. A school in New York banned phones recently, and all for the same reason. Johnny, why on earth would a middle school remove their mirrors from their bathrooms?
Too many kids are doing makeup in the mirror. They're using them for coke. They're somehow doing coke off the bathroom mirrors.
Now, that would be a really badass reason to take the mirrors away. If you would have told me, like, hey, we had to take bathroom mirrors away from Gen Z, I would be like, that's different. I've never seen that before. Every generation is different than the last one, and every generation thinks the one that comes after it is a bunch of assholes. But never have we had to take away the mirror out of the bathroom. And if they said, yeah, it's because all the Gen Z kids are doing way too much cocaine off of them, I would have been like, all right, they're doing better than we did. These kids are pretty badass. These are, this would be Generation Alpha, wouldn't it?
Alpha? We're going
that's what
with that one.
That's what they call it, Generation Alpha. That's what my kids are.
It behaves a lot more like Omega, but okay.
Beta.
Okay.
Generation Beta male. No, I'm serious. I think they call it Generation Alpha. So,
well, whoever thought of that is screwing the next generation over, because that one's going to be Generation Beta.
Yeah, it will be and hopefully they live up to it. So they've taken out the mirrors, and no, unfortunately, it's not because of coke. But the good news is, it's not because, like, the kids complained about body dysmorphia and it's making them identify as obese.
God, I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, it's not that, which is a good thing. It's actually something I applaud the school for, but something I hate the kids for. They're removing the mirrors from the bathroom so the kids stop making TikToks.
Oh, Jesus
on
Christ.
school. Yeah, you see, yeah. So it is for a really stupid reason, and it's remarkably disappointing. But good for the school for cutting that shit off. Usually, like, a new social media thing comes along, and the schools are like, well, we'll adjust, we'll see. Remember when we were kids and their big idea with cell phones was, we're taking them away.
Yeah. We're taking them.
Yeah, cell phone comes out in class. We take the cell phone. Your parents have to come pick it up at the end of the day. What happened there was, this one's actually the parents' fault. That generation of parents who took their kids' side on everything. The parents were too fucking lazy to come down and get the phone. And then also the parents would take the kid's side and they would go, but he needs to reach me in case of an emergency. That phone can't be gone for the... Oh, my God. How did children ever reach their parents for an emergency in school before cell phones? Remember when we were in elementary and middle school and you didn't have cell phones? And you had to contact your parents by building a small fire out in the parking lot and sending smoke signals?
Yeah, dude, it was always a pain in the ass. But I love burning shit, so it was like, a mixed blessing.
Right, but sometimes it would take a while, and if it was a real emergency, I mean, it wasn't an efficient way to get a message out. So, because we didn't have phones or lights or motor cars. I mean, really not a single luxury. Like Robinson Crusoe, it was as primitive as can be. And so then when cell phones came out, we had a way to directly contact our parents, which is what we always used them for.
Right.
Not to play drug wars.
Play absorbent amounts of video games on my Nokia.
No. We didn't play this. You didn't play the snake game?
God, I fucking love the snake game.
Snake game would keep you occupied for hours. You didn't play drug wars. You didn't try to sell all the acid until you could upgrade to coke. You didn't do that. You contacted your parents and you let them know how your day was going.
Yeah, I wasn't breaking bricks at all.
No, brick. I forgot about Brick Breaker. So yeah, it was. So the whole idea behind enforcing phones was we'll take them away. That bright idea went by the wayside. Now kids can basically finger fuck their phones all day at school. Now with TikTok out there, now we actually have with the schools them actually doing something to stop the TikTok horse shit. I don't know if I'm being too encouraged over this, but I feel good about this, that schools are doing something.
I mean, yes, but I really wish we could do more along the lines of just stopping TikTok, because it's just, TikTok in China, like, promotes going to school, getting good grades, paying attention, like that kind of stuff. Ours is like, yeah, how about you cut class and then go in the bathroom to make, like, weird dances or kissy faces or whatever the fuck you're making for your content.
I hope you're not...
Throw that up on...
I hope you're not thinking of accusing TikTok of being some kind of Chinese spy software, are you?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying if it were that, it's incredibly good. It's doing its job.
I really hope I'm not hearing you talk about TikTok like it's some kind of Chinese spy app or some way to manipulate American culture. I hope you're not trying to say that.
To drive us hard towards the R?
Retardation?
Yeah.
Oh. Thought you meant the right. Let's go.
Oh, God, no.
Let's go ahead and check out the... Yeah, I know so many people who have told me that, like, they had a loved one who was, like, a normal person, and they got a TikTok, and within a year, their, like, hair was different colors, and they were talking about all kinds of weird, goofy shit about, like, gender and stuff like that, and I'm like, wow, what kind of weird... what kind of weird car wash is TikTok that, like, people who go, they get one, they start watching shit, and then all of a sudden everything gets scrambled up and they're a completely new person with completely new cares. And then you consider that happens. I'm talking about adults have said this to me. Adults have said this about other adults. And now you think about kids using it and you're like, oh, shit.
But kids are already blank slates. That's going to be really easy to program. I feel like we got to do something about this. We got to stop this thing at the source.
President Camacho says, my mom got on TikTok over the last year, and I can tell she has changed subtly. Yeah. I mean, SC Motorsports is right. It's a re-education app. It's insane. It's crazy how it can do that to people. So let's go ahead and check out this school story. By the way, 3:05 away from today. All we want to do is be under 300 by the top of the hour. So, like I said, all of you listening right now, don't wait for someone else. All of you just throw money at it. Just throw money at us. I mean, make us blush with it. I mean, just copious amounts of money just right down our throat hole. Here we go. This is North Carolina. Come on and raise up. Remove your mirrors. Twist them above your head. Spin them like a helicopter. Let's go.
Halaman's Burlington School says it removed bathroom mirrors from a middle school because of so many distracted students. Southern Middle School in Graham says...
I just want to point out how retarded that sounds and how stupid it makes your entire generation sound. You were getting distracted by the thing that simply shows your reflection. There's only two things. There's only two things that have had to have mirrors taken away because it fucks their day up. Dogs and middle school students. Those are the only two. And maybe birds. So three. Dogs, birds, and middle school students are the only things that I'm aware of that you've had to change the glass you have in the interior of your home because they might just stare at it all day and get lost in their own eyes. All of your kids fail every class because of this.
Vanity.
Too many students.
Definitely my favorite sin.
The mirrors look at you and go, I'm peeking.
Students were leaving class to go film TikTok videos.
Oh.
WFMY News 2's Nixon Norman learned about efforts to keep attention in the classroom.
That's right, Chad. School leaders say
Oof.
they...
I mean, congrats for making it on TV, but I'm guessing, small market affiliate? That would be my guess. She was actually ladling sloppy joes last week in the cafeteria.
Oh God.
Now she's standing there doing the news. It's really a dream come true more than anything else. So all these kids are sneaking off into the bathroom to go do TikToks and just go do retarded dances. I think this is why we're seeing so many teachers now fuck their students. I mean, if you think about it, what are you going to do to hold their attention? Like,
I mean, that seems like a bit of a leap. Like, all right, this isn't working. How about we try sex now?
No, Johnny, it's morally wrong. Don't get me wrong. I am not endorsing this as a practice. I think it's these teachers in their desperation panicking and going too far. However, what I'm saying is new tactics have to be deployed to keep these kids' interest so they don't run out into the bathroom and just stand there and film themselves and post it on social media.
Right, I'm just saying it's a weird kind of divert to just
Right.
immediately go to the sex.
No, you're right. It's a panic move. You're 100% correct. Two things can be true at the same time. However,
Would
what I'm
explain why it's a rash of women that we're seeing lately.
exactly, and when it comes to these kids going in the mirror to do TikToks, that's a very appealing thing to a lot of kids. And quite frankly, if I may be crass, a dry hand job ain't going to hold their attention for very long. Even if you spit in that sumbitch, I mean, it's still not going to totally take away the impulse to do the TikTok.
I guess just overall, considering the alternatives, maybe take a whack at it. I don't
take a whack at it. You silly goose.
They made this decision hoping it cuts down on in-school distractions and the amount of videos made in the bathrooms. These days, bathrooms aren't always used for obvious reasons.
What are those obvious reasons? Not always are bathrooms being used to subtly do coke and fuck a girl you just met at a club. Wait, what? What are you... I mean, I was taking a shit. What are you talking about? It is an odd thing to use it. Like, you think about... I think about that when I watch movies where there's like a public bathroom hookup. I'm like, people shit there.
Yeah, like, what if someone's, like, mid-dookie while you're doing it? You know, like, he can't really cut off what he's doing.
Well, you could have some patience, and you can do it when they're done. Oh, you mean in the next stall?
Yeah.
I was going to say, don't ride dick while a guy's taking a shit. I mean, give it a minute. All kinds of mess going on there. Let's exercise some restraint. But yeah, you're right. What if some guy's just got a water shit brewing?
What if that's her ambiance? It really gets her in the mood when she hears someone blasting ass in the stall next to him.
I can't get wet unless I hear just a thunder diarrhea shit in the next stall. It's like, oh, yeah.
It's kinky when I know we're both about to be bleeding from the ass.
It's just good to know that I'm not alone, you know? Oh, no, I don't know if I want to take it in the ass in this public bathroom. He seems to be doing just fine. I do.
What
I
goes
think
in must come out.
Yeah, I think about that though when it comes to like I said, bathroom sex scenes. I'm like, this isn't as hot to me as other people think it is. Like April, April will watch American Hustle from time to time, and there's that Amy Adams, Bradley Cooper bathroom scene, and April's like, this is so hot, and I'm like, there's shit particles in the air right now. I don't know how hot this is. Somebody just flushed.
Somebody just pooped in there. And
Yeah.
you're getting all hot and heavy.
Yeah, you're getting all soaked, you know. You're sitting there sliding off the bed, and all I can think of, there's some guy who just took a huge, like, impacted, been doing a lot of drugs shit in that bathroom just before those two got in there and started getting after each other. Like, that's where all the poops happen.
Somebody's been taking their Metamucil because they need their fiber, and today
Right.
was the day.
If I lift up that toilet seat lid, there's probably some duty stains around the bowl. And you guys are going to sit there and whip each other's genitals out and have a go. There's duty stains not 2 feet away from where you are right now.
And now you don't know where the herpes came from.
Exactly.
Oh.
Congratulations. Oh, let's go fuck in a public bathroom. I'd rather fuck on train tracks when I can see lights in the distance. I just, no thank you on a public bathroom. I'll skip it. I'll make out a little in a public bathroom. But you got to go have sex somewhere else. Just breathing in shit fumes.
Doesn't anybody have a car anymore?
Right?
I mean, at least the back seat is a little bit more, I don't know. Well, the problem with the car is the windows, I would suppose.
Sure.
Unless, of course, someone who
unless you're
preemptively saw to that.
Unless your car is an Apple. See.
And
because of Windows.
Yeah, because Windows. It's a joke about
Apple.
About the computer box. That's
Windows. So anyway, back to fucking where other people shit. I don't know how it became a thing. I think once the Pontiac Bonneville stopped getting made, this became a bigger problem because that was a fine car to have sex in. Nice, long, spacious back seat. Perfect for sex. Could even probably get a little anal in a Pontiac Bonneville. More than in a Geo Metro, I'll tell you that much. But then everybody started going to public bathrooms, and you're just like, no.
Students were going to the bathroom for long periods of time and making TikTok videos.
And it was happening a lot at Southern Middle School.
All right, but hear me out. What about the kids who are taking TikTok videos while also taking a shit? Shouldn't that technically be okay?
They are multitasking.
Right. It's not like they're losing any time. As long as they're in the process of shitting while they're making the TikTok video, they technically didn't cut any class.
Graham. The school says on average, students go to the restroom 3 to 4 times a day. That number shot up to 7, 8, 9 times a day. They were using the mirror.
Who the hell is taking a piss 3 times a day at school? Do you remember doing that?
Like, no. I remember going to the bathroom usually once in the morning and then once in the afternoon. That was kind of my...
I can tell you this. Most days, I didn't go to the bathroom at school.
Did you drink a lot of water?
I don't know. I must not have, because I would go, obviously, in the morning at home. And then I would go. At least I don't remember. Maybe I did, but I don't remember. If I went to the bathroom at school, it was maybe once in a day. Never multiple times a day. Didn't need to. Maybe I was a dehydrated kid. I don't know.
To record videos. So the school removed the mirrors this week. And it's already making a difference.
See, that's the worst part. It worked. Like, you hear that they removed windows from, windows. They removed mirrors from the bathroom because the middle schoolers were making too many TikToks. And you're like, well, that's not going to stop it because, the kids are going to make TikToks anyway. Nope, it literally worked. These little retards couldn't stare in the mirror anymore while they held their phone. So they didn't make as many TikToks. That's both encouraging and discouraging at the same time.
They're too dumb to realize that they could put the camera mode and just...
They're remarkably...
Most of the adults do their TikToks that way. mirror-free.
What we're trying to say is they're remarkably stupid.
Not as many visits to the bathroom, not staying as long, and students are held accountable. And then when there's accountability, you see a great difference.
Parents chimed in on social media. Mark said, "I have a better idea. No phones allowed at school, and you can put the mirrors back up."
Okay, see, I like that guy, but here's the problem. Then you get those dipshit fuckhead parents who back their kids up on everything and don't discipline them whatsoever, and they go, "No, my baby has to be able to get a hold of me. I have to be able to talk to them." And now all of a sudden, Mark Sherry, Mark Sherry. Oh, Johnny, we've got a joint Facebook account.
Oh, no.
Somebody got caught looking at exes.
Oh, boy.
Mark got caught staring at pictures of his exes, and he got caught messaging the exes, and the wife found out, and now it's joint Facebook account. Joint Facebook account, man. Why can't you just delete Facebook and just tell the world you're not happy? Rather than have a joint Facebook account and remove all doubt.
It's worse than having a joint checking account.
Joint checking account, I'm all right with, because you guys get to make your finances together and do all that. There's practical concepts inside a joint checking account. A joint Facebook account is just so clearly someone either did something scummy or someone gets insanely jealous. And usually I lean towards the latter. In my case, I always lean towards the former. But in the case of other people,
that's just because of my own prior experience.
Yeah. In the case of other people, I always assume that it's jealousy.
Melissa replied, "Phones aren't allowed to be out, but the kids don't follow the rules. If you can't listen, you can't learn."
Phones aren't allowed to be out, but the kids don't follow the rules. Well, wow. Well, I guess we need to find an adult somewhere who would punish those children for not following the rules. That is such a stupid thing. Oh, the kids
Right,
are...
if we beat some of these kids, maybe even with their phone, they'd learn.
And then put it on TikTok. Show them what it means to be a better student. No, but I hate that logic. They're like, oh, the kids just don't listen to us. Wow, it's almost like you're an adult and you can make them listen. But again, the problem is the parents then show up at school, and instead of telling their kid, why are you such a disrespectful shithead, they go to school and go to the parents, or they go to the teachers and the principals, and they go, why are you punishing my baby? They didn't do anything wrong. They told me they didn't. Oh, well, then in that case, just like their dad told you he'd stick around? Yeah. Really, you're a very trusting soul, aren't you?
Bobby wrote, "Let your kids not have phones. Mine are going to reach me in an emergency."
There you go. That's what I mean. Hey, let's get rid of these goddamn cocksucking phones in the schools so these kids can learn a thing or two instead of making TikToks. And there's always that one parent who goes, but what if they need to get in touch with me in emergencies? Well, then pin a fucking phone number to their backpack in case of emergencies, and they can go down to the office and they can use the phone. There. Simple enough.
The district is also...
And what emergency did you ever have in school, Johnny?
I mean, the biggest emergency was like the bomb scare thing, and that was always fake. So.
Right. You didn't need to involve your parents and worry them with that shit.
Right.
Unnecessary.
And if you are having some sort of emergency or say a shooting or something, everybody's going to be trying to contact. You know what you really should do if there's an active situation? You should try and call your kid, because that'll help them in their emergency situation to the phone chiming off in the middle of the... They're hiding in a closet. They're like, oh, he won't notice me. He won't notice me. Like, no, fuck, Mom, now is not the time.
Well, Mom, thanks a lot. I was going to make it, but apparently now I'm fucked.
Also taking an active approach to teaching students about what it calls digital citizenship.
We're trying to educate students. Like, we all have cell phones now. We have to learn to use them. We have to learn when to put them down.
The district says it still has some adjustments to make, but that holding students accountable is the first step. The district is also now using a digital hall pass system. It allows students to check in and out when leaving class, so staff knows where students are at all times for safety.
All right, look, guys, you can pussyfoot around this all you want. The solution is you got to take the goddamn phones away. They've just got to go. You can't.
You gotta go back to the fucking rule of like, no, we take the phones and you don't get them back till your parents come and pick them up.
Right. Not only that, like, you give a kid, even a middle school kid, you give them a cell phone. You can't compete with that as an adult, as a teacher. You can't compete with that phone. It's going to kick your ass every time. So you just have to get rid of it. And if the parents have an issue with it, fuck them. Let them figure it out.
And right now, like with Google and everything else, I mean, what your kids aren't going to learn anything. They can, anytime a teacher wants to like pop quiz them something, they can just pull it up with their phone.
Right. How often do kids need to contact their parents anyway, says Bigot on Socialist Media over on Rumble. Exactly. No kid ever uses their cell phone to contact their... No kid has ever used their cell phone to contact their parents in an emergency at school when a landline wouldn't suffice. It's never happened. Pine says, you didn't piss in school and now you piss 4 times during your show. I just, some days I drink a lot of water. And yesterday I peed twice and I had to refill my water just because April was having a crafts day. She was doing arts and crafts.
But again, it just seems weird. You're bragging about this. What's with these kids always having to go to the bathroom? I could make it a whole day through school, and now 4 hours. Yeah. And it's like, hold on, I gotta go.
I'm getting older. It's got to be it, right?
Yep. Better have April check that prostate for you.
Oh,
or get a real professional.
Act like she doesn't regularly. On a daily basis, I hear, nope, ship shape. And I go, thank you so much. It's a daily occurrence. You got to make sure you're healthy.
You have to use the whole fist.
Well, I want her to make sure she reaches. And I always say, better 5 than 1. Packerbacker says, parents more interested in being their kids' friends are the problem. Yeah, whether it's friends or like ally, whatever it is, it's disgusting. Bigot on Socialist Media says, I wonder what punishment Chinese kids get if they take their phone out in school. If Chinese kids take their phone out in school, they then have to go to the factory and make a shitload of phones till they pay off their debt. That's what you have to do in China. Let's say thank you to Sid Saraf for gifting 10 memberships. Ooh. Kyle Valand, Nobody Likes Onions, Stuttering John's Fingernails, Rocky Paboa, Paul Barthel, Huge Erection, Schweitz, Shenanigans, Blake Baines, Thos Allman, all getting memberships. Thank you very, very much. That's going to put us down to 280 for today. Guys, I mean, keep her going. Keep throwing a couple bucks at the old steel toe, and we'll have this thing knocked out in no time, and nobody will have to listen to us go, it's getting down there. So, before 8 o'clock, let's make sure that before 8 o'clock, we're down under 200, and that's an hour and 10 minutes away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships, all of it. Throw it in, only 280 away from hitting pay dirt today. April is still pulling up remnants of breakfast pizza from the anal cavity, says Hobo Chili Recipe. That's not true. It doesn't stay on my anal cavity. That shit gets out in a heartbeat. Are you kidding? World-class speed. Get out of here. The Supreme Court had a ruling yesterday that handed Joe Biden a pretty big victory on the border. And anything that hands Joe Biden a victory on the border hands the entire country a giant L at the border. Because Joe Biden's border policy has basically been this. Yeah, doors open. Like,
I mean, he literally said, I don't believe walls work.
Right. I don't believe that walls work. Okay, but even if, okay, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Okay, Derry, okay. Let's say that walls don't work. That doesn't mean that whatever you want to happen is going to work. It doesn't mean that the inverse of that, which is, hey, as long as they, have legs, they can cross over into the United States and we're totally cool with it. I don't know if that's necessarily the answer to your anti-wall position. You can say walls don't work, and you can also, make a fucking effort on the border. You don't have to say walls don't work and then say piss on it, let everybody in. Because quite frankly, Johnny, when I see the stream of military-age men from China, the Middle East, and everywhere else flooding across the southern border, I think to myself, how much of this is really opportunity for work and to better yourself and your family when you all look like single military-aged people with no spouse or children?
Right. And then why does the news never covers that part. Every time you hear about it on the news, it's always these poor families that came here for the American dream, for a chance to live a better life, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
It's always some lady and her kids or him and her and their newborn baby. And I'm just like, yeah, but what about the 38 behind them that are all just like, 18, 19-year-old dudes?
Right.
Weird.
How about all those guys? Can we talk about them? No, there's no reason to. So the Supreme Court has sided with the Biden administration. There was this initiative Texas was taking on where they were, I don't know if you saw this, they were building barriers. The Texas National Guard was trying to do some border control on their end of things. And the federal government sued them and basically said the state of Texas has no authority on the border. That is a federal right-of-way, if you will, and federal agents have to handle it. Now, the reason Texas wanted to fight that is because the federal agents aren't doing their fucking job and people are, tap dancing.
Fed up with it.
Yeah, people are tap dancing across the border, and it's really starting to annoy the shit out of people down there in Texas. But the Supreme Court sided with the Biden administration and will allow the feds to tear down border barriers constructed by Texas. There you go. Turn out the lights. Texas gave it a shot. They tried to help. Nothing. You got to be careful,
States'
though.
rights, everybody.
Yeah. States' rights are wonderful, aren't they, back when they existed? Chief Justice John Roberts and Justice Amy Coney Barrett crossed the aisle and sided with the court's leftists. So a Bush guy and a Trump gal went ahead and, I guess, turned on their positions or like what their positions were supposed to be and sided with the others. Look, I understand where you could make the legal argument about this. I mean, you could make the argument that, hey, the border is a federally regulated thing. And so we can't just have different states shunning the federal order on this and then doing their own thing. It would create chaos. But I just liked what Texas was doing. And part of me hopes that this motivates Texas to like declare independence. And just protect.
I mean, people said there was going to be a civil war, and I was like, come on. But I mean, I don't know. At this point, I feel like Texas definitely was going to be first in line if there is, because they keep taking the brunt of all of these people coming over. And we keep hearing about how, it's so horrible that they're shipping them to California, or not California, but Chicago, New York, and all these sanctuary cities. And they're being used like pawns. Yeah, explain how the other parties aren't doing that with the keeping the border open thing.
Right. I mean, as far as the border thing goes, we got to get a handle on that. The only problem is I don't think the people in charge want to get a handle on it.
No. And that's the one thing that I credit, because I keep telling people when they say, like, Donald Trump, we get Trump back in, Trump will fix everything. And I'm like, I don't think he'll fix everything. But the one thing that people think he'll fix, and I agree with him, he was a lot better on the border. So I'm fairly certain he'll at least let Texas do what they're doing.
He'll get the shit to shoe level on the border. I do think in general, the country in general, though, is in a much shittier spot than when he took over last time.
Yeah.
And he's got it. If he wins, if that's allowed, he's got a much bigger hill to climb this time around. Boys and girls, 280 away from today. Thank you very much for your generosity. We are under that 300 mark, and it is not the top of the hour yet, so thank you very much. We have an hour to get under that 200 mark and have it be a real smooth day today. So load up that Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo. We appreciate it. Or throw a little something at the Super Chat deal. It's up to you. And thank you very much, Rumble, for being very active. Whether you're on Rumble or YouTube, why don't you all take a second and just hit that thumbs up button that's sitting underneath the video here. It helps the algorithm on Rumble a lot. On YouTube, it helps a little, but on Rumble, it's extremely helpful. So hit it on both, and let's expose this show to more people. I love this next story. It involves the death of it involves someone's death. And I'm okay to say that I'm happy about it. I'm in that place because it has to do with the vaccine. And I am now at the point where if someone who's shitting on unvaccinated people got vaccinated and then drops dead suddenly, my response is fucking good. I don't care anymore. If you're going to be that shitty, if you're going to be a little asshole about the fact that you got your little shots and you were fully boosted and everything else, and everyone else is putting people in danger and this and that, and they're all conspiracy theorists and this, that, and the other thing, and then you drop dead, I'm happy because
I did not know Howard Stern passed.
You people gave us no fucking grace. You gave us no understanding. You gave us no personal autonomy. You took everything away from us, or at least tried to. You criticized us every step of the way. You made us feel shitty for just wanting to live free. And now if you drop dead from any kind of medicine you may have taken that you criticized us for not taking, fucking good. I don't give a shit. You didn't, look, didn't they all say horrible shit about us, about our death? And like, yeah, when you die, it'll be because of this. And like, okay, all right, I guess that's the game we're playing. Then when you actually do die, I'm going to be happy too. The 59-year-old journalist who mocked Novak Djokovic and attempted to cancel him over his anti-vaccine stance during the pandemic has died suddenly at the Australian Open. Weird. So this person who literally up until the day they died criticized Novak Djokovic, the greatest tennis player in the world, criticized him for not getting vaccinated. And Novak Djokovic is not one of those guys who like did it as a vanity thing. Like, oh, look, I'm not getting vaccinated. This motherfucker couldn't perform at major tournaments for a couple of years.
And he did this because he did not agree with taking this medicine. And it looks like he may have an idea.
Right? So now if this person is going to mock him and ridicule him and criticize him and try to get him canceled every day up until the day they die, then I think Novak Djokovic is allowed to enjoy their death.
Oh, yeah.
And be happy about it.
You can dance on that grave. I mean...
Yeah. It is unknown how many boosters the journalist had previously injected into his shoulder. Thought if you're going to mock athletes for not getting the safe and effective vax, you'd best be up to date. You would hope so. So this guy is Mike Dixon, an esteemed sports writer with the Daily Mail, collapsed and died in Melbourne while covering the Australian Open. Some of the headlines include, these are some of his headlines that he was shitting on Djokovic over. Some of his headlines included, "Welcome to the wacky world of Novak Djokovic. Anti-vaxxer tennis superstar is a tree hugger who insists Bosnia's pyramids give off mystic energy that positive thoughts can purify water." First of all, way too long of a headline.
Yeah.
Second of all, a little obsessed, I think. And by the way, just because the guy thinks about mystic energy and what it does to water and shit like that, what does that have to do with his criticism of the vaccine? Or even, did Novak even criticize it? Or did Novak just say, no, not for me, no thank you, sorry?
But that's the problem. That's technically a criticism. Not getting it is a criticism. Like, how dare you?
Yeah.
We're all considered, conspiracy theorists or crazy people if we don't want it.
COVID vaccinated people are so fucked up. They're like alcoholics where, like, if you have a beer around them, or no, they're like alcoholics where if you don't have a beer around them, they think there's something wrong with you. You know, they're like, oh, you're going to have a beer? And I'm like, no, I'm good for now. Oh, come on. What are you, fucking pussy? It's like, no, it's 9:30 a.m. and we're at church. I'm not opening a beer.
I don't need to drink right now. Apparently you do.
Yeah.
That's a you thing.
No, thank you. Here are some of the other pieces this writer had. Novak Djokovic's weasel words cut no ice, and he has damaged his reputation with his misinformation around the Australian Open. After helping to create a player union, his leadership credentials have been badly damaged. That is a leftist position if I've ever heard one. It is so perfect. It's the quiet part out loud. Hey, when this guy's talking about unions, I think he's great. He's the bee's knees. He's the shit. But that was then. This is now. He said one thing I don't agree with, so he's done forever, and he's shunned, and he's a piece of shit. That is such a lefty tact to take. That no matter how many, they don't keep score. They don't keep a running tally. This is the LGBTQ plus community does this too. You're either with us every time, or if you're against us once, you're our enemy.
Right. It's horrible. I don't like it, and it reminds me of my youngest sister. She does the same thing. And the biggest problem with all of this is when they're kicking these people, to the curb for not going along with them. It's like, hey, I agreed with you the first time. In the case of the vaccine, my biggest problem is all of the people that are like, you need to go and get this or whatever. Like it's not about you. It's about like her, and it'd show like someone's grandma or whatever. I'm like, aren't you the same people that when the rest of us, when the rest of the world is going, hey, abortion is bad, you're like, hey, it's my body, it's my choice, I should have a say on what goes on here and all that. And weird.
J-Dub says they're actively biased against Novak in Australia in the media and the Australian Open officials. Yeah, and then he wins the tournament. I think he won it last year or whatever. He wins the tournament, and then they get all salty, and they're upset, and he should be banned, and he should be this, and he should be that. Now one of your own clutches his chest, drops dead, and what? You're not going to apologize to Novak? You're not going to say, oh, boy, you know what? I can see why you maybe were a little skeptical. Nope, they'll just convince themselves that at 58 years old, it was just his time to go. Which is totally normal, by the way. Dr. Silverwolf says only a Sith deals in absolutes. I hate them all. And I hate them all to the point where if they drop, fuck it. Like I'm not going to tap dance on it. I'm not going to, show up at the funeral and go, ah, ha, 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 ha. But I am going to say, you know what? That's what you get for being a son of a bitch for years to people who have done nothing to you. Like a Novak Djokovic did nothing to this guy. Probably didn't even give a shit if he existed or not. And this guy tried to harm Novak Djokovic's life and career. And so, if he drops dead from an unexplained medical emergency.
Complication.
Yeah. Just drops dead suddenly. And by the way, he's not the first, tennis journalist. I think at Wimbledon last year, there was somebody who just dropped right there in the press room. Just out and dead. And
again, I don't fault anyone for wanting to protect themselves and using a medicine to do that. But the idea that you want to blame other people or shame other people for not doing that. And now, like I said, as this happens more and more, I don't know. I'm kind of like how if I was one of those people that was like pushing like, no, we need to do this. This is for everyone's safety or whatever. And this stuff started happening. My butt would pucker a lot every time another person dropped.
Oh, yeah. Dude,
I
wonder because, they're going to keep up the facade. They're going to keep up the lie, and they'll be like, no, I'm fine. No, I'm fine. But it would be nice to talk to one of these people, privately and be like, are you scared shitless? Like, are you worried that, this is going to be a real big issue for you going forward or that you might have serious problems? And I'd like to hear someone that's honest and have them just go, you know what? Between me and you, yeah, I'm fucking terrified.
But a lot of them don't watch the news sources or the media sources that even talk about it, or they'll trust the news. It's like, oh, it was an unexplained medical complication. But well, we don't know what happened. It was unexplained. They're like, yeah, it's unexplained because they don't want to tell you what happened.
In fairness, let's say you've got that coursing through your veins and you see people dropping dead. Wouldn't you too want to watch something that tells you you're okay and it's something else?
Right, but reality's happening in front of you. How long do you just go, oh, well, the thing said it's fine?
Well, okay, and I'll offer you this, because I agree with you, but I'm going to offer you this. What the fuck are you going to do about it? Because, once it happens, it's going to happen. So let's say you do start watching things that scare the living shit out of you and tell you what the risks are. What are you going to be able to do to counteract that? Hang out with a cardiologist next to you all the time?
Well, just go to the gym and work out, because as we've seen, healthy people obviously survive this very, very well. Actually, shit, that's what I would do. Fuck it. I'd get a beanbag chair, or screw it, I already have one. I'd get a wheelchair and I'd just never walk again and just be lazy and just fucking eat and just get fat. Apparently, this thing goes hard after people who work at it. Like if you're lazy, it's like, why would I kill you?
Right. Papa Dan says, as someone who had the first 2 AstraZeneca jabs and have had issues since having it, I'm absolutely shitting myself every time some cunt drops. Yeah, see? There's people out there who are like, oh, man, I'm fucking terrified. Scary. Peach Rose says, no, I don't want the government to lie like that. I want them to be transparent. Well, I tell you what. You go ahead and you wait for that government to be transparent, and we'll just sit here and assume they're always lying to us, and we'll see who gets more frustrated. How about that? Hobo Chili Recipe says, I wonder if Keith Olbermann is scared. Used the wrong word. Johnny, what would Keith Olbermann be at this point?
I have no idea.
Afraid. Vaccine hesitant. Afraid. Against the vaccine. Afraid. Petro says, I'm glad I didn't take it. My sister took it because she's an RN, and her arm swelled up 3 times the size for like 2 months, and her breast got larger. Well, at least there was a win in there then, right?
So you're saying she's not single anymore. Damn it.
You're saying she found a man awful quick. Sparky Rose says, none of us have regretted not taking the jab. You know what? That's a great point. I don't think there's many people out there who say, boy, I really regret not getting vaccinated against COVID. 280 away from today. Let's start dropping in copious amounts of cash to Steel Toe and knock that number down under 200 by the top of the hour. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships, etc., Rumble rants. Everybody, I say take a break right now and do 2 things. Hit the thumbs up, hit the like button. And then outside of that, just be really stupid with your money. I think those are 2 wonderful ideas for this stupid fucking tiny radio show out of St. Cloud, Minnesota, trying to keep themselves afloat until better days are here. Just throw a retarded, just be irresponsible as shit to the point where somebody would look at you and go, are you fucked up? Like, is there something wrong with you? Let's see if we can get someone to wage an intervention today over what you contribute to this program. So
that would be exciting.
I like that idea. Rally up, throw us a couple of bucks. We'll knock this thing out and do 30 minutes of overtime for you. There you go. Peach Rose says, y'all funny as fuck, new subby. Hey, we've got a new subscriber. Thank you, Peach Rose. That's very sweet of you. And also, Trucker 18 Wheeler says, vaccinate this show with your money. Yes, the green stuff. That's what vaccinates this program. 280. There's all the links in the chat. Thank you very, very much. Kalama says 50% ain't bad, and now she has 44 double Ds. Yeah, you know. Yeah, she died from myocarditis, and it was really terrible, but boy, did she have some great tits for a couple of years. Remarkable. So this...
It was her own damn fault. Those knocking tits, she just kept fucking, and that got her heart rate going, and that just made the whole problem.
That was the end of the line right there. So this here, a few more headlines from this journalist who just dropped fucking dead at the Australian Open after shitting on Novak Djokovic for not getting vaccinated and being this terrible guy and this horrible person. Dropped the fuck dead right there at the Australian Open. Novak Djokovic will remain a hero to some, but to many others, he has trashed his reputation beyond repair. Let me ask you something. How? How does a guy, it's literally a guy doing the opposite of doing something to you. The guy literally did nothing. He did a not a thing. And this guy was mad at him. He's ruined his reputation by doing what?
With a personal choice?
Yeah. With a personal choice for his own health. And by the way, the personal choice for your own health in and of itself would be fine, but he's also made that choice after seeing some pretty damning evidence of some fucked up shit that could happen to a guy who is a finely tuned athletic machine. You got to remember, this guy is in the greatest shape of any athlete in the world. You could make an argument that Novak Djokovic is the most dominant athlete alive today. Why would he take it? Why would he take it and potentially fuck any of that up? He has,
especially when the alternative is, how about you just wait it out?
Right. The alternative is, oh, I get COVID and I'm sick for a few days and then I get better, which is what Novak Djokovic would do. He's not high risk at all. And you're going to say that him literally doing nothing and just choosing to continue to live his life the way he wanted to, that has trashed his reputation beyond repair. Again, this person, after all this trashing of Djokovic, dropped dead from a sudden medical emergency yesterday. Novak Djokovic could ruin his chances of becoming the GOAT, greatest of all time. I wish that term GOAT would get not retired, but just used less. Could ruin his chances of becoming the GOAT by refusing to take the vaccine. So he might not be.
He'll live long enough to suck. If he
All right. You can either die the greatest or you can live long enough to see yourself eat shit. So Novak Djokovic, the number one tennis player in the world, who's been winning tournament after tournament after tournament and may in fact be the greatest tennis player who ever lived. He can't be the greatest tennis player who ever lived because he didn't get the COVID vaccine. Well, I have bad news for you. Neither did Arthur Ashe. He didn't get the COVID vaccine either. It is a strange hill to die on for a player who is so desperate to be loved. Well, obviously, he's not that desperate to be loved then.
I kind of feel like he had no fucks given with not taking it. So is that desperate to be loved? I feel like desperate to be loved will be like, all right, fine. If I jab myself twice, will you take me back? Like, that's desperate to be loved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be desperate to be loved. Yeah, it's just getting it so people like you will think he's a good dude. Oh, man. I hate to say that I'm glad someone's dead, but this person was remarkably insufferable. By the way, Novak Djokovic tweeted yesterday. Remember, this guy tried to get him canceled. This guy rallied people against him, talked about how terrible of a guy he was, wrote article after article after article about him in the Daily Mail. Not a small publication. Novak Djokovic this weekend tweeted out, "Condolences to Mike Dixon family. Rest in peace."
That's very nice of him.
Do you think if Novak Djokovic would have died of COVID, that guy would have tweeted something so nice?
An escaped prisoner is back in custody after Atlanta police found him inside a trash can.
You shut your mouth.
An escaped prisoner.
Shut up. I am not ready for you yet. Sorry about that.
That's what I call my dick. He's an escaped prisoner running from the law.
An escaped prisoner.
He just needs somewhere to hide out for a while.
FTW Nil says he risked his career by not poisoning his body, and he understood that having those titles doesn't make him any better or worse of an athlete. That's the type of person that he could care less about. Yeah, he took a stand. I mean, again, Novak Djokovic didn't take a stand and then rake in all the money. Novak Djokovic took a stand and literally couldn't perform in tournaments and make money, couldn't make a living at those places. Yeah, Kalama says he left millions on the table. He did. He left millions of dollars on the table. I mean, if I look, he couldn't play at the Australian Open and I think the U.S. Open. Australian Open first place prize money. Let's see how much he lost there. $10 million. $10 million fucking dollars for first place. U.S. Open, I got to say tennis because I don't want people to think it's golf. Prize money. Winner, $170,000. I don't
That
believe
doesn't
it.
make sense. They're paying $10 million in Australia, and we don't even come up with $1 million. That doesn't make sense.
U.S. Open prize money. Oh, the champion of the men's and women's categories will earn $3 million each. So $3 million he lost there. And let me see. Oh, no. See, now this one says the Australian Open is another $3 million. Oh, the total prize pot is $10 million.
Okay, so it's divided. All right, so it's kind of a standardized thing. So about $3 million each. So he's losing 6.
He lost 6.
But wasn't it like 2 years or 3 years that he was blocked?
I think it was 2 years he wasn't allowed to.
So that's 12.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's assuming you win.
And he usually does. I mean, he's won like 30 major tournaments in his career. So he was probably
but I
going to
mean,
win.
What if this was the one where he wouldn't have? It might have done him a favor.
Right. Maybe that, and they would have been the ones where he caught COVID. Oh, boy. Look out. All right, boys and girls, 280 away from today. Let's get moving on that and knock that down. Call it a win today. It is Tuesday. Tuesday, always the toughest day of the week for whatever reason. So let's go ahead and knock that down. Take the initiative. Be the first one to start that rally, and we'll get under 200 by the halfway point of this show. This is a man who tried everything he could to be free, tried to keep his freedom by any means necessary, and he ended up failing. It's like in the movie, here's another Malcolm X reference, where he's trying to wash the straightening stuff out of his hair, and the water's been shut off in their home. So he's down in the toilet, and he's putting toilet water on his hair, and the police come, and they arrest it. So you're caught with, literally, as the police said, get your head out of this shit bowl, N-word. And that's how you're caught. Being caught in a compromising fashion is always more embarrassing than just giving up. But at least he gave up a fight. Let's check out this next one from Atlanta.
Prisoner is back in custody after Atlanta police found him inside a trash can. Police released this video today, taken from Wednesday afternoon, and Atlanta police officers were called about a stolen car in the area of Boulevard near the old Atlanta Medical Center and saw the suspect get in. They followed the car to a convenience store on Glen Street. At that point, the suspect abandoned the car, there he is, and ran away. Police say they found him inside a trash can.
It's not a terrible idea. I mean, it's a terrible idea hygienically, sure, but like in terms of hiding from the cops, you're not going to be able to run forever. So you do have to find somewhere to hide out. And by the way, if you hide out in a garbage can from the police, you're going to be there a good, 5-6 hours? I mean, you got to stay for a while.
You hope nobody's emptying out their garbage today.
Right. You got to make sure that the cops are all gone, that nobody's there, that you can get out of the trash can without being seen, because I'm sure if there's an APB out for somebody and one of the neighbors sees a guy getting out of a trash can, they're probably going to put two and two together and maybe make a phone call. So you got to be careful.
How did he not notice? Like, I suppose it was probably a lot higher and it was probably just zoomed in. I feel like if there's an aerial unit kind of in the vicinity,
there was
following you around.
That's how they found
a car. You wouldn't hear it, but I mean, like if you're running, like you'd kind of notice. Oh, it's just kind of like a like oh, there's probably a chopper in the air.
Yeah,
keeping an eye on.
You're mistaking this guy for someone intelligent who could use deductive reasoning. If he were in that position, he wouldn't be hiding out in a trash can.
He's clearly intelligent. He's like, I know where they won't look. I'll back the blue. Here's a garbage can. And
behind a house. And a gun in another trash can nearby. The suspect, 22-year-old Tyree Chapman, escaped from the Bessemer City Jail in Alabama, and he will be sent right back.
Okay, so that's what happened. He escaped.
Great. Another revolving door situation in the justice system with black people. Awesome. He just got out, and we're going to put him right back in.
Peach Rose says, when the show can make me come, I donate for sure. All right. How are we going to make you guys come from out here? Do we do the Howard Stern thing? Do we have Peach Rose sit on a speaker? And we just go... I mean, if that works. I'm a whore. You got to remember this.
I'll do it for you.
I'll do it for $1. Are you kidding? But thank you, Peach Rose. If that orgasm ever comes, you can always, slip a little something into the PayPal. That's what I tell April every night, too. I say, look, if something starts happening, throw me a couple bucks. How about that? Peach Rose says that almost worked. See? I knew it. I know secrets that none of you know. Mad Joe says, I'm going to need to see 2 dragons.
What?
Hobo Chili says, APB stands for Aaron's Plump Blubber. See, now, you're just trying, that you're going out of your way now to hurt me. You're not even doing this, like, to be funny anymore. Now you're just going out of your way. Hey, that's beneath you, Hobo. Deutsch Chad says, do that for 30 more seconds, please. Well, I don't need men putting cell phones up to their anus. I mean, I wasn't trying to be tawdry about all this. I was trying to do this to be romantic. And here you guys are. You know what? You guys are making it dirty, and that's disgusting. Peach Rose says, who is April? Oh, April is my lovely wife. She'll be co-hosting on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, Peach Rose. So if you have any lesbian proclivities.
There's also a healthy belief that she's his beard, but,
yes.
That's who you trust.
There is a healthy belief that I am a homosexual, and she is the woman there to throw the scent off the gay trail. That's another rumor. Thank you, Johnny.
You're welcome. I want to be clear about the rumors that are out there, because if there's a Google search involved, you don't want someone to be shocked.
Thank you. Colin Madden says, doesn't tawdry mean cheap? I'm not sure. Tawdry, I thought tawdry meant like dirty. Like it's a tawdry affair. It's dirty, it's low. Yeah, morally sordid, base, or distasteful. A tawdry scandal. It's just morally sordid, if you will. Bobby Baloney says she's definitely the beard. I mean, we weren't looking for a ruling. I wasn't looking for you guys to have an actual opinion on the matter. Jesus Christ. But I guess, look, you do a show, everybody gets a say, I suppose. 280 away. Hammer it out, kids. A black metal band by the name of Martyrdom is apologizing this week after a severed pig's head was tossed around at their recent show Friday night. I have a question. If you're going to a metal show, why should anyone need to apologize for severed animal heads being thrown around? Isn't that supposed to be what you do at metal shows?
Well, I mean, I don't know about what you do at metal shows, but it's certainly not unheard of.
Right.
So
why can't we just throw around? If you can't throw a pig's head around at a metal concert, where the fuck am I supposed to throw a pig's head?
Were they performing a song that was maybe anti-police? Because then that could be.
It was actually anti-Muslim.
Oh,
no, I'm kidding. I have no idea. The incident happened Friday night at the White Swan in Texas, where the bands Devoured Trachea and Accosted were headlining. So wait, look, this is what makes me think that this country's headed for hard times, Daddy. If Devoured Trachea can't throw a fucking pig's head around at a metal show, then there's no metal. Get rid of metal. Don't call it that. It's not metal anymore.
Now it's just lame and gay.
Right. Now it's Taylor Swift. Devoured Trachea. More like you devoured your balls because I can't find them anymore. Throwing a pig's head around on stage and then go, gosh, we're really sorry that we did that. Fuck that. Put it on a stick and throw it at people. You're fucking Devoured Trachea. I want some pig's blood, too. What happened to these nutless motherfuckers?
And what happened to the rest of the carcass? The head. Let's get all the pieces moving around. We'll see if they can jigsaw it back together, like, during the show.
Yeah. Come on. What happened to metal where you guys Gigi Allen used to take shits on stage and throw it at the audience. I'm not saying we need to go back to those days, but this guy can throw a fucking pig's head if he wants to. And how many people had a great time throwing that pig's head around? I'm going to say a lot of people. I'm going to say there were many folks that enjoyed themselves. Like, they were tossing that pig's head around like it was a beach ball, and they were all just trying to keep it up in the air. Sounds like fun.
And, you know, other people had apples. They were just trying to stuff it in the mouth when it came by.
Right. Think of all the possibilities. Video footage shared on social media shows the head being thrown back toward the back of the audience, with at least one concert goer exclaiming, "Gross! You're the kind of people who fuck in bathrooms, and you're gonna say gross that a pig's head got thrown around? You fuck where people take a shit. Grab that pig's head and throw it." Ew, gross, a pig's head. It's a metal show. Most of you have hepatitis. And you're going to worry about the pig's head making you sick? It's the healthy. You whores going to these metal shows, that pig's head is the healthiest thing you've held in your hands all week. It's probably...
Oh, sure. When it's his hog, you're happy. But when it's a hog's head, now it's just gross.
Yeah, sure. The head of his hog, you'll take it in the bathroom, you know, with a slightly flooded, sticky floor and toilet bowls that still have shit in them. You'll take a guy's hog head, but you have an actual hog head at the show. That's a bridge too far. Fuck off. Don't go to a metal show if you don't want to throw pigs' heads around. That sounds like a blast. Where else are you going to do that? Where you go to it's not like you're going to go to a Brooks and Dunn concert and they're going to go, "I saw the light, I was baptized," and then just fucking pork head being chucked into the crowd. You're not going to go to Taylor Swift and see like, "Look what you made me do," and then wow, pigs' heads being shot out of cannon. No.
That would be funny, though. I would enjoy that. "Look what you made me do." And just do that. But that's the weird thing. Swifties are crazy. They just be like, "Oh my God," they'd reach down and grab it. Like,
yeah.
"Oh, it's awesome. Oh, hooray. Woo." Throw it out to someone else.
Corn syrup, guys. Corn syrup and latex. Welcome to the movie factory. Warm corn syrup and latex. Now, after seeing backlash for the stunt from those in the vegan community,
no.
My God. You're metal. You're supposed to kill and eat those people. What happened to you assholes? The metal people are like the punks now. The punks get offended by words. The punks were the ones who wore swastikas on their shit for years.
The punks were the ones who thought words were fun to use to piss people off. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Punks lived to make people mad about language and about, you know, everything else. And then they just got to be pussies. Same thing with metal now. Metal used to be like, let's dump buckets of blood on each other while we use electric machines. Now they're just like, "Oh, don't you have that pig head in the crowd? I might touch it, and I'm a vegan." Oh, then you shouldn't be listening to Devoured Trachea, because technically that's meat eating too. If you think about it. Dr. Silverwolf says black metal is a different culture of metal. I'm more of a power metal guy myself. Don't lump us all together. Black metal fans are weird. Cool as fuck, but weird.
Oh, I thought you said black metal band. I assumed these were all black guys.
That's what I assumed too. I just thought it was all
just black guys. I didn't realize that's a genre of music now. Am I getting old now? Like, what happened to metal just being metal? Like,
right.
Metal was metal. Like, as Anthony Scalia once said, I know it when I see it. All right. Like, what happened to that? We have different subsets now of everything.
Yeah, see, I thought it was a living color kind of situation too.
Yeah.
Black metal.
And that made the story even funnier to me. It was just like a black metal band is apologizing because, "Hey guys, sorry we threw a pig's head out." That's why I made the whole joke about like, "Oh, well, the song was probably about, you know, anti-police." And yeah, I did.
Now black metal's going to annoy me now because the first introduction I get to black metal is, "Ew, gross, a pig's head." The only reason I'd ever go to a fucking metal show is because I think somebody might throw some kind of animal parts around. Be kind of nice. Gotta get
I'm really hoping for a cow puss to come flying by. I'm just going crazy at the lake.
You got a cow cunt that comes. Some guy's just sitting there fucking it in the crowd. And you're like, hey, come on. That's community cow cunt. We're not supposed to be doing that. What are you doing?
We all get to fuck it. Dude, that's sad. Black metal sounds like it should be more metal than metal if it's a subset thing.
Right.
It should be like, dude, there's metal and then there's black metal. Like those guys go far. And so I'm sorry, the throwing the pig's head should be like, no, that's standard affair. That's honest. That's your opening salvo.
Right. That should be.
You're not.
Yeah, that should be what makes you black metal.
If you're not throwing some decapitated thing around during your concert, are you even black metal? I mean,
dude,
really, what the hell?
I'm thinking about like regular metal should throw a pig's head, and black metal should be like throwing the head of children, like Cambodian children who died in a mine. Like you just throw their whole bodies around in the crowd, and you're like, holy shit, that's black metal as fuck. Horrific and terrifying. Like the black metal people went to Cambodia, bought the kids' corpses from the parents because the parents are so broke. American dollars will go a long way in their country. So for like $2,000, you bought the child corpses that died in the mine and you threw them around at your next black metal show.
Hey guys, instead of a mosh pit, we're gonna play hacky sack with aborted fetuses. All right, just get in the center and here we go. Keep it in the air.
But I'm saying black metal should horrify me way more than regular metal.
Right.
Yeah.
And now it's lame.
Peach Rose, a new listener, says, y'all hit that like button. Fuck it. I like this Peach Rose. She comes in cheerleading right off the bat. Sorry if you're not a she. I apologize for misgendering. Tequila Johnson says black metal comes from Finland and Norway areas. Well, then let's be some goddamn Vikings. Dr. Silverwolf says different styles with the guitars, drums, and vocals, but all under the same umbrella. Hobo Chili says Aaron enjoys cake metal. You're doing a fat thing now. Living Color was a black, metal band. Yeah, see, the comma is very important. So, like, black metal, okay? Black, metal band. I get that now. I was thinking a Living Color thing for this.
Grammar matters, Stanley.
Fuck you, dude, says there are tons and tons of subgenres of metal: thrash, death, black, doom, glam, stoner, progressive, so on and so on. Oh, well, look, I hope that, Devoured Trachea can find the sensitivity they apparently need in all of their shows. Fucking let them throw their goddamn cocksucking pig heads, for God's sake. After backlash from the stunt from those in the vegan community and other individuals who were simply grossed out, Martyrdom issued the following statement. We want to start off by saying we are incredibly sorry to anyone who was offended with our actions and gimmicks on stage. We are a black metal band, and as part of it, we try to add a little bit of imagery and shock value to our set. See, like, this is why the apology isn't needed. We're a black metal band. We wanted to throw a little shock imagery and shock value to our set. That's totally normal. That's what you should be doing as a black metal band. If other people have a problem with it, let them have a fucking problem with it, and you're fine.
I'm a vegan. I don't even eat bacon. Oh, fuck you.
Unfortunately, our axe has gotten carried away and way out of hand, offending many and even harming some.
Well, they did have the pig. The pig died.
I guess there is that. We want to apologize to any vegans, Muslims, or other minority groups we may have offended, and to anyone who was harmed by our act. Well, you didn't eat the pig head, so technically Muslims would be fine with it. They'd probably like that you cut that filthy beast's fucking head off. I mean, Muslims tend not to be big fans of pork. Most importantly,
you might ask about the rest of the body for buzkashi, but I mean,
it's half cat, half rat, and the rest is dog. It's my third Malcolm X reference today.
You are big on that. Did you watch it last night?
I have not watched Malcolm X in a while. Just on a kick, I suppose. Most importantly, we want to apologize to the White Swan and Harry, the sound guy, specifically. What happened to Harry, the sound guy? Did Harry, the sound guy, get hit with a piece of pig head? Uh-oh.
Or the head.
Did Harry get snouted? Poor Harry. Thank you so much, White Swan, for giving us the opportunity to play here. Oh, we have video.
Yes, I want to see this.
We have video of this. Guys, while we're looking at the video of this, I do want to encourage you to contribute to the program. In the next 20 minutes, I'd like to get under $200. So if you guys could band together and all contribute, $280 away from $1030 today. Let's see if we can get there. I just put all the links in the chat there. PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo. Let's all get together and help knock that number down, drop some of the anxiety and on this end of things, and keep that going and knocking it out like we always do. Thank you very much for contributing to Steel Toe. Let's check out the Pig's Head at the Devoured Trachea show. Okay, that looks fun. You're all just sitting around dodging a fucking pig's head as it goes flying through the crowd. That looks like a blast. That looks like something I've never encountered before. Not saying I'd want to do it every weekend, but just seeing it once would be hilarious.
It's a pig's head.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's one of those things where you double take. You look once, you see it, and you go, somebody just fucking chuck a pig's head at somebody? It's fantastic.
yeah, somebody just literally left it right behind them.
Yeah, they just picked it up and it
just made its way through the crowd.
Yeah, they just heaved it. Who's getting offended by that? I think it's fine. You're black metal. Get your black metal on. This makes you look a lot less black metal, if I may. Kalama says, would you take a few nibbles and pass it on? You know, just for the goof, sure. Absolutely. You go in there, you take a couple nibbles off the ear. It's all fine. So we're all just having a good time at the black metal show.
I mean, even if they washed it, you don't know where those people's hands have been, and it could have landed on the ground. I mean, that'd be dirty.
Yeah, you don't want to. That's true. That's a good point, Johnny. You don't want to chew on tainted, severed
head meat.
Severed head meat. Yeah. Cheeseburger Pie says, so fucking beggy today. Stop it. Well, I'm sorry. If I was under 280, I wouldn't be. I'm sorry, Cheese. I'm sorry that upsets you. I'm going to do what I need to do. You guys do what you need to do, and we'll see if those needs intersect with one another, Cheese. How's that? You think it's beggy now, Cheese. Wait until we're at 830 and we're still at 280. Oh, boy, am I going to be unfucking bearable. Are you kidding? Oh, Cheese. Are you out of your mind? Everybody throw in a little bit, and then Cheese will be happier because I won't be such a cunt. How's that? Let me open up these 7 o'clock stories here in just a moment. We'll get these up and running for you and hopefully continue to do what is a very good show today and hopefully not for free. There, Johnny. By the way, Johnny will be on at 2 o'clock today, 2 o'clock Central Time on Just Kidding LLC at 2 p.m. on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch. Yep, that's right. He's still got a Twitch account. Lucky fucker.
Yeah, man, I know. I just I haven't pissed them off yet, which is weird because I do pretty much, kind of the same stuff we do here. So I don't know how we.
Mr. Approachable says, no, fuck that. Do you have any idea how thick a pig skull is? If you're watching the show and that hits you in the side of the head, you're walking funnier than Johnny for the rest of your life. Oh, really? Well, then catch it. No, I'm too invested in this. I'm invested in the it's okay to have a pig's head in the crowd at a black metal show. So I'm going to defend whatever it is you say can't work. I'm okay with it. Everybody's got to keep their head on a swivel, and everybody's got to, just keep an eye out for that.
You got to be ready for that pig head coming at the show, man.
At the very least, get your arms up to block it. At best, catch it. Be a man. You know how cool you're going to look? You know how cool everyone's going to think you are if a pig's head gets chucked at you and you catch it? You're going to be the coolest guy at the black metal show.
It's Darwinism, all right? The weaker ones get taken out by the pig head. The strong surpass the pig head.
Exactly. Kalama says, we eat fast food. Not everyone washes their hands there as well. Well, good. You're handling a pig head, so I don't think the hand washing is really that important anymore. Scarface says, why is Aaron's decapitated head being tossed around that concert? You're misunderstanding. You see, that wasn't me. It was a pig. It's totally different.
Just because they have the same hairline, that is hurtful.
No, you guys, that's actually really hurtful for you to confuse. I see, because what you did was you confused the pig's head for my head, basically calling me a pig. Fauci's Pangolin gifting a membership to Phantom X. All right, there we go. There's the start of a rally. Is Cheeseburger Pie happy yet? Bigot on socialist media with $10. Thank you very much. 270 is now the number. See, there we go, Cheese. That's all we need. Just some people throwing in a little rally here. That's all it is. Relax, Cheese. We're going to be fine. We've been following this same model here for 3 years now, Cheese. How are you not used to this by now? I get really tense, especially on Tuesday. I worry if we're going to get our asses kicked. And then by the end, it all ends up fine, and we all end up doing a great show. So, as the kids say, let me cook. 270 away.
In 2020.
Yeah, 270 away. There you go. Throw in a couple of bucks, especially on that Streamlabs, PayPal, or Venmo. We'll knock this thing out and do 30 minutes of overtime for you. Actually, we've improved. We've gotten a lot better. No more offering plate.
Yeah.
So
there used to be like a big bag segment at the end.
Exactly. There used to be a big. Now we're just kind of doing it in between each story. It's kind of, honestly, it's no different than radio. It's do a segment, play some commercials, boom. SC Motorsport says Aaron Cheese was on vacation for most of that 3 years. You know what? You're right. I'm sorry. I apologize for that. Pool Scam Sam says Aaron was Golden Corral Manager of the Month in 2022. Pool Scam Sam, you don't hear me flexing about that because I don't like to throw my accomplishments in other people's face. I would appreciate it if you did the same. I'm not here to make people feel bad. Okay? I'm not here to make people feel like they haven't accomplished something.
He only works that job for the discount.
Yeah, it makes dinner a little cheaper. Get off my fucking back, huh, Pool Scam Sam?
I got 3 kids to feed, you motherfucker.
It's trying to put a little food on the table, and what are you doing? Busting my fucking balls? How dare you? Cheeseburger Pie says, to be fair, I took a 2-year vacation. That's true. You did take a 2-year vacation, and while you were gone, we lost all of our advertisers and a couple of platforms, and we just basically had to be can rattlers in order to keep. We had to get rid of two of our second mics and become can rattlers just to keep her going. So, I guess
blame you for all of it. If Cheese had stuck around,
Cheese, if you had stuck around, none of this stuff would have happened to us. Bearded Trucker says offering plate got too heavy for his weak wrists. That's exactly. No, I had a rare attack of dignity, and I'm like, you know what? I'll go out of business before I sit here and play music and shake this thing at people anymore. And luckily we haven't gone out of business yet, which is fantastic. 270 away. If you feel like throwing in, we sure do appreciate it. I'm going to say it again. I don't know why Mr. Beast gets shit on. I don't know why people dislike Mr. Beast. I think he does great work. I think he's an awesome guy. He gives away all kinds of shit to people.
He's a grief profiteer. He's just pulling at people's heartstrings by making blind people see again and other Jesus-like miracles. So fuck him.
Yeah, I guess I have to say I'm fine with it. That's okay to say?
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Sure.
I'm hoping he gets to MS soon.
Right? Yeah. You're saying Mr. Beast doesn't go far enough for you.
Yeah, he needs to make quasi handicapped people walk again.
Right.
And if he could also fix my dick, I would appreciate it.
Oh, blind people. Real fucking cool, Mr. Beast. How about my
And he gave him like 10 grand. It's like, here's your sight back and some fun money. I mean, what the fuck are you going to hate this guy for?
Oh, wow. Breaking news, Johnny. This is actually Holy shit, this is big. WWE Monday Night Raw, starting in January of next year, a year from now, will exclusively stream on Netflix. That's a huge move. I mean, Raw right now is live on the USA Network every Monday.
Right.
But now they're going to go stream exclusively on a digital platform. That's a huge move.
I'm very excited for that. I will continue to not watch it.
Wow, big news coming out. Yeah, we don't give a shit. All right, fine. Sorry.
No, it is big news. I understand exactly what you're saying. It's big news. It's a huge
it's a
switch
big
for
move.
them.
It's a huge TV show that does massive numbers, and it's leaving television and going to a streaming service. That's pretty wild. But again, I'm sorry. I apologize. I will guys, look at me. I mean this. I will never do that again.
Are you gonna watch it now? It'll be on Netflix. Like, you gonna see what they do?
I mean, I have USA Network now, and I still don't watch it, so probably not. No, I mean, no offense. I probably won't watch.
I mean,
Monday Night Raw.
Maybe they'll get a little more edgy because now it's not on TV. They could swear now.
Holy shit! Hop just said 10 years, $5 billion. Fuck off! No way. That cannot be the deal. 10-year Raw Netflix.
They did not pay $5 billion.
Netflix to stream WWE Raw in $5 billion bet on live events. Holy shit. The 10-year partnership will see Raw streaming on the streaming platform in the United States, Canada, United Kingdom, and Latin America. 10 years. Well, now we know why they made the jump. 10 years, $5 billion fucking dollars.
Didn't like UFC become part of that stuff now too recently? Like in terms of like the UFC company got bought by
No,
Dana White
WWE got bought by the company that owns UFC.
Okay.
Or they bought like 51%. They bought a controlling stake in the company. And now they're partners. Pool Scam Sam also saying Aaron was St. Cloud DoorDasher of the Year. Congrats. Look, again, I don't like to flex my accomplishments in other people's face. That's all. I mean,
he has one accusation of eating someone's food.
I appreciate your kudos there, Pool Scam Sam, but I don't want to flex on people.
Stop repping my record, man. It's making me feel bad.
It's not my desire. All right, let's talk about this Mr. Beast story. It looks like we are going to come up well short of 200 by 8 o'clock. So 270 at the halfway point today. I don't know how much nicer we can ask. Great show today. Throw in a couple of bucks at one of those links you see in the chat, and hopefully we can knock that out today and not have a giant L on our hands. So go nuts. This Mr. Beast thing. He heals blind people. He's a piece of shit. He buys people cars. He's a piece of shit. He's just people.
Right, he's a dickbag.
Yeah, I guess people hate him no matter what this guy does, and I kind of feel bad for him. Although he doesn't seem to be taking it, anything other than great. He got $250,000 for an X video, not xvideos.com. See, this is why X needs to change its name back to Twitter.
Yeah, I do not like the X thing. I just call it Twitter. I don't.
Right.
I refuse to bend.
If you say shit like, "Oh, I made a bunch of money on an X video," people are going to think you're making porn now. But no, a Twitter video made Mr. Beast $250,000, and now he says he's going to give 10 random people that repost this and follow me $25,000 for fun. I'll pick the winners in the next 72 hours. So Mr. Beast made $250,000 making a Twitter video. He could have pocketed it, and it could have gotten lost in the shuffle with all the other piles and stacks of money that this guy makes. And instead, he decides to give it away to people. Somebody needs to explain to me why this guy's a piece of shit.
How is that a dickbag move?
Right. He made $250,000 and he's giving it away to 10 different people.
Well, he didn't give it to me, and that's why, because, like, I shared his thing, and he's just an asshole.
Yeah, it's just you didn't get the $25,000.
I would like to see one of the people who got the $25,000 call him a dick and return the money.
That would be funny. You repost it, you win it, and he's like, oh, congratulations, you won $25,000. I would respect that person if they went, fuck you, I don't want it. I think you're a piece of shit. I did this to prove a point. That'd be kind of cool. I mean, it'd be stupid as all hell.
Yeah.
But it'd be cool. The more people who hate on him for what he does, the more money he makes, says Mark Atkinson. Yeah, I like him. I think he's fine. I mean, I've watched some of his videos, and they're mildly entertaining. But it's not something I'd watch on a regular basis. But I think he's remarkably harmless.
I agree with the people who say, like, oh, he's, he makes these grief videos that people feel bad for the people in him and blah, blah. Yeah, and he does make money off of that. But I also think in the process, he does some incredibly, insanely awesome shit for those people. So I'm not going to hate on him for it.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with what he does. Zio Gold said Mr. Beast is a rich guy that does good with his money, Aaron. Communists hate that. Oh, okay, so it's a commie thing. And I don't think Mr. Beast is political at all, is he? He doesn't really talk about his beliefs or his politics.
I've never heard anything.
Oh. Harry's Hobby says, sent you an email. Elisa Jordana got escorted by police out of a Trump event last night. You know what? Overtime today.
Yeah.
If we have overtime today, I'll check those out. It's not looking like overtime today, but things have turned around before. 270 away from today's goal. We are about set. We've made whopping $70 in the first half of today's program. Zio Gold says Mr. Beast is a rich guy that does good with his money. We just left off at that one. Boston Bob says he will be able to write it off his taxes, and the people who get the $25K will have to pay taxes on their $25K. Yeah, see, I guess I don't watch other people's money that close. So, like, if I get $25,000, but I have to pay taxes on it, I'm fine with having, the 18 to 20 grand left over.
Yeah, it's still money you didn't have before.
Right. And Mr. Beast writing his off on his taxes, good for him. He gave the money away. He should. Critically Insane says threatening us with an Elisa Jordana video isn't going to help to get overtime. I don't know. I think we'll get some. Hopefully, we get some overtime out of today, and we'll make fun of her. Fun to make fun. She got kicked out of a Trump event, for God's sake. That's got to be fun, right?
I mean, we weren't fiending for it, but it came here. Why not enjoy it?
Timothy says it's been a while. Have some money, dicks, and throws $50 our way. There we go, guys. See what that guy just did? Do something like that. That's a very kind gesture. Thank you, Timothy. So now we're 220 away from overtime. You know what? We got 4 minutes to get that son of a bitch under $200 yet. We might still do it. Jasper with $10 over on Rumble says my shillings sit and throws us $10 over on Rumble. Now all of a sudden we're at 210. And we're almost at 8 o'clock. So we could still get this thing under 200 by the end of the hour. There you go, boys and girls. Look at that rally. Greg Arias says, have some money, you scum. LOL. Yeah, I don't mind that. People want to say that to us when they give us money. Have some money, you piece of shit. I go, oh, thank you.
We appreciate it very much. We're very grateful.
They'd chuck it at me in the form of change, and I'd go down and go, oh, thank you very much. That's very sweet. Thermodyne.
They felt you like Patrick Mahomes at a Bills game.
Thermodyne Diesel with $20. Thank you very much. And now, look, you guys got under 200 by 8 o'clock. See, Cheese, I told you. It's exactly what you got to do. 195 away from overtime today. And also, let's get that under 100 by the end of the hour. Look at that. Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says FMSO. Take that whichever way you want it. Thank you, pal. 190 away from today. And we're dancing down to that 100 mark, which we're going to get to in the next hour. Kalama says, great job, Elisa. They probably took you away because you always keep your mouth open like a statue. I mean, I don't even know if that's really that insulting. It's a very, very strange insult, but I'll go with it. Texas authorities searching for 3 Stooges slipping over each other during Popeye's robbery. I love this one. This is great. So there was a robbery at a Popeyes in Texas.
Okay.
And these stupid assholes were bumbling and stumbling and fiddle fucking around. Here, Texas Popeyes robbery. This was a video story. Here we go. There it is. I was going to say this was a video story when I went and got it yesterday. And now it's not a video story anymore, which is really odd. Here we go. Here's my babies. All right, let's check this out. First of all, it is a robbery of a Popeyes, Johnny. So if you have any predictions or anything that you'd like to make, you are more than welcome to do that now. As, look, it's, what do we call it? It's a high percentage bet, shall we say. Let's take a look.
So what? The floors had just been like mopped or something?
It would be really funny if these guys didn't get anything in the robbery, but they sued the Popeyes for injuries obtained due to not having a wet floor sign down. And by the way, it's America. They might win. Yeah. I'd have got him 10. I mean, it's feasible. I could see it happening. I could see these 3 getting a lawyer. Like Benjamin Crump goes, oh, these black men were just trying to feed their families and they were pushed to a desperate place. And there wasn't even a wet floor sign down when they came in to rob the back office. And my clients were terribly injured and disabled. They need $3 million from Popeyes.
I don't know, man. I hate to be that guy, but what are the odds they work there? They are just kind of going straight to where they need to be, like without.
That's a good point. They are going right after the back safe and all that. So they probably either one of them worked there, all 3 of them worked there, or they just got fired and they're a little bitter. So here they go. Look at it. They're sliding all over that floor. What the fuck? Did they just do the whole floor? All at one time? Oh, yeah, you're right, Johnny. Look at that. They're right in the safe. Oh, they definitely worked there.
Yeah. They knew right where it was and how to open it. You just know those things?
Oh, that is so... God, this is such a stupid fucking crime to commit. You're giving it away. All they have to do is go through current employees and recently fired employees, and you guys are fucked.
Yep.
You walked right to the office. You knew exactly how to get in the safe. So now, not only are they looking for former employees, but they're looking for people who had some kind of managerial access. Because you don't just find that shit accidentally. You don't just kind of the first lucky spot you pick has all your cash in it and you're able to get into the safe. You knew.
Yeah, and by the way, I don't know. It didn't really look like they had any trouble cracking open the safe. Those usually aren't just available and open.
Right. I want to go back to the beginning and watch them all fall over each other. Whoop! Whoop! Oh, and he trips right over his guy. But yeah, then they get right to the back and look at this. Got the door open. Yeah, he knew the fucking code. He knew exactly how to get into that safe and where the cash was. This
I'm sure that these intelligent criminals will never be caught, because how could you figure out this Ocean's 11-esque crew and their...
What a complete stupid asshole these 2 are. By the way, people are writing in some things about what happened during this robbery.
The monkeys were determined to rummage through our bags and take whatever they could.
There's the monkey on the front porch. Guys, the monkeys are attacking us.
That's not correct. That was written in the chat. I just wanted to play it for people who seem to be very gung-ho on those sound drops. I have no idea why. 5-0 in the 320 with $10 says, I was doing some research earlier. 13% of black metal fans contribute to 80% of the metal fan issues. Oh, see, now I was not aware of that.
Seems disproportionate.
It does seem a little disproportionate. We got to find out what the causal relation to that is. Half the time the workers are in on it pretending to be robbed, says Guy Sartell. I mean, it's an easier way to make a little money than it is working at a fast food place, right?
Right, but I don't see any workers there. It
Yeah.
wasn't like they came in. That's the weirdest part about this. It's like the lights are on or whatever, and somehow they walked in the door and you're just like, all right, we're good.
Well, like he said, either somebody left the door open for them or these guys have a key because they worked there, or, well, if they worked there, they would have given their key back. But they worked there and they have a key and they have a way in already, and they robbed it with their friends. Look, they're fast food employees. Nobody accused them of being Rhodes Scholars. You know, we're not planning Ocean's 11 here. We're knocking off a chicken stand. You're not going to get the, and imagine being the robbers who don't work there and you go, dude, I got a pretty sweet in on a score. What's that? One of my friends works at Popeyes. We can get to the register and the back safe. Oh, really? So we're going to be able to grab ourselves about, what, $500 in cash? And then split it 3 ways? Hey, guys, here's your 100.
It's going to be at least like $35 in change, though. Quarters, nickels, and dimes.
Dr. Silverwolf says, you know what's a great way to prevent that? Have the better safe. Up from that requires a special ID tag tab to open it after the code. Guys, you're forgetting, it's fucking Popeyes. It's not a bank. They're not going to sit there and go, all right, we need to install the new Duralock 4000. We need to put it 20 feet up in the air, suspended from cables. And we need to make sure that you need an ID tag to... Yeah, before they do that, Popeyes will just go, guys, fuck it. It's insured.
It's insured. And by the way, I'm pretty sure we're going to catch the criminals involved because, again, I don't feel like these guys maybe covered their tracks at all. I think the list of suspects is going to be short, and let's just say they'll probably figure it out.
And like Bearded Trucker says, nowadays, how much cash can you really get?
Not a lot. Like I said, you're going to get like $35 in change and then like, I don't know, a couple $100 maybe.
Guy Sartell says lasers could prevent this. Yes. We need to put it up there like it's the Thomas Crown affair. We need to have all kinds of lasers and traps and alarms and everything else so they don't get the goddamn chicken money. For God's sake. This is just...
There's always money in the chicken shack.
All right, guys. This is going to be the biggest score of our careers. You ready to go knock off the Popeyes? Remember, that safe can be tricky. I want you to go slow. Yeah, I got it. This is a score of a lifetime. You play your cards right, we could each walk away from this with $200 in our pocket. Here we go. All right, guys, we're 185 away from knocking it out today and going until 10:30. Looking to get under $100 by the top of the hour, and you are doing awesome. Venmo, PayPal, Streamlabs, Super Chats, memberships, Rumble Rants, etc. Thank you very much. Bird Collector says, hey, Johnny, not feeling the greatest today? Hang in there, man. You seem like you're doing all right.
I'm awesome. I don't know what he's talking about.
Don't you white knight for Johnny, you fucking simp. Just kidding. Coming up in a little bit, Johnny, I've got the, this is very interesting. This is what we call a coincidence, I think. The J6 committee, remember the January 6th committee that was going to get to the bottom of all that?
Right.
And then those pesky Republicans won the majority in the House.
Right.
And then all that video came out of how even the police thought that this was a setup and, all of this damning evidence that the inside of the Capitol didn't look like the war zone they portrayed it, but rather people walking within velvet rope lines. Well, we're also finding out now, and we'll talk about this in just a minute, the January 6th committee erased over 100 encrypted files right before Republicans took the majority. No, don't look at me like that. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure they just needed to make some file space in their computers.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, I fucking hate this, but the more and more that we get to it, the more I'm like, for someone who didn't have the election stolen from him, we've gone to an awful great length to paint him and everyone who likes him as some sort of horrible terrorist.
Yeah, I mean, and then as soon as the Republicans get a little, they're going to get a little look-see at all this stuff, you guys delete 100 things. It just, I don't know. Those are the things I'm the most curious to see now.
Now, like, why did we delete those things?
Silverwolf says you'd be amazed how much you actually get from Popeyes. Best time is after Armored Car comes because they get a lot in bills and change. Okay. All right.
Yeah, but the armored car isn't going to show up at the end of the night. The armored car is going to show up in the morning.
Yeah. Annoyed Quick Trip Supervisor says maybe if you had a quality show like Johnny's show, you'd be fully funded through March too. Are you fully funded through March?
Just about, but I also have a significantly smaller goal. It's a lot easier to knock that out. So, I mean,
Fuck. Get my
I
ass handed to me over here. He says,
didn't want to bring it up. I just.
He said, or if Wawa would actually donate. Oh, that's shots fired at annoyed Wawa supervisor.
Ooh.
That doesn't even seem like friendly store ribbing. That seems personal. Let's go to Jeff. He says property taxes went up 76%, $5,000 for a new furnace. Take my money, and throws $20 at it. I mean, thank you? Question mark. I don't want to know my property tax thing this year. It's just every year my fucking mortgage takes a fucking shit because that
I'm paying more now than I did when we started
property insurance. The last 3 years, it's been an insane increase. I think my mortgage is up like $200 a month.
So your house is worth more?
Yay! I'll sell the fucker.
Is it? No, I'm asking if that's why your shit.
It's worth considerably more.
Oh.
If you go on Zillow and look at how much it's worth, but you know what I have to do to get that money? I have to sell the fucking thing.
Oh, how hard is that?
And then if I sell the fucking thing, I got to buy something else, which is also at peak price. Yeah, that estimate they're giving me is fucking ridiculous. That's insane. This house is so not fucking worth that much. Jesus Christ. I mean, it's retarded. Houses right now. I'll sell it to the fucking Chinese. Why not?
Yeah, you want to sell it really, really bad, but then it's also like, oh, but then I can't like capitalize on the money I'll get and get a nicer, because whatever place you're going to get is also going to be overinflated.
Yeah.
You're going to be paying out the ass.
Exactly. Geese Artel says taxing on unrealized gains is theft. Yeah, your property taxes go up because the value of your home went up, but I get nothing out of the value of my home. So you get to rape me on the tax part, and then I sit there and take it, and I don't get anything for it. Yay, my house is worth more. Oh, that's a good investment, right? I mean, not really. Now you're going to pay, $50, $60 a month more in your mortgage. Fucking great. Hobo Chili says Aaron makes home structurally unsound because of his mass. Thank you, buddy. Need Trump says, Aaron, you go to court and you tell them that your house isn't worth that anymore. You didn't do any upgrades. Do a soul man to lower the property value, says Mad Joe. Oh. Need Trump says, my boss does that all the time. Goes in, fights to bring his property values down because they always inflate. Yeah, it's, somebody says, Aaron, drink some water. God damn it. All right, here you go.
Did you get that humidifier going yet?
No, in fact, April and I talked about that this morning. She came down here and she goes, oh shit, we got to get that humidifier running. And I'm like, yes, we do. We got to get that moving. Mikey Two Milk says, well, his house is worth more. Goal is going up to cover his taxes. No, stop it. You knock it off. Honestly, if you were someone who was in a position like, you know who I envy right now is people who maybe have kids that are going off to college. Because
you can downsize.
You can sell that house, make a fuck ton of money. I mean, look, I'm not going to lie. If I could sell my house right now, I'd make a holy shit fuck ton of money. It would be great. But
just move into an apartment.
And then, yeah, if your kids move out, buy a smaller house. And then you can make yourself a nice little chunk of change. But I don't know. I just, it's all being inflated by like foreign companies and these big hedge funds. They're just buying up houses and renting them out to people. I mean, the interest rates are what? I don't even know what a good interest rate is now.
I have no idea.
Because I think I have just under 4% is my interest rate.
We got a decent rate, I think, somewhere, hopefully decent, I think, around, like, I think 7, but that was in 2015. That was a while ago. I don't know.
No, the rate wouldn't have been 7% in 2015. In 2015, the rate would have been fucking 4.
All right, so then maybe it got 4.
Yeah. Average 30-year mortgage rate right now, 6.88%. On average. So what if I'm like the best? What if I'm like the best? I think 740 and up is the highest they go for good credit loans. Because you get 6%. Yeah, I mean, if that could go down a little bit, if those rates could go down to like somewhere around 5, fucking hell. Now I'm just looking at what the market's doing right now, like the housing markets and shit and interest rates, and I'm like, now I'm scheming. Because if they send me one more fucking property tax thing where they're like, oh, now the one thing you should do, and this is what I should have done last year, instead of being a bitch and just letting them up the
should have
the
trashed
mortgage.
my house so it's worth less.
No, you just pay it up front. They go, oh, here's your increase in property tax. And you go, oh, and they go, you can either give us like $500 or we're going to up your mortgage by $40 a month this year. Or whatever it is. Sean says, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't remember signing anything to pay property taxes. Yeah, you did. Do you remember all those papers you signed during your house closing? You signed
Property taxes were part of it.
You signed it. Don't worry. My mortgage company is trying to get me to refinance from a 2.99 to a 7. What?
Are they going to lube you up before they fuck you?
Are they out of their dog fuck cunting mind? Are you what? Locked in at 2.3% 2 years ago. My 5-year plan to flip the house might extend, says Cole S. Yeah, you might. Yeah, you want to wait until. Well, the only problem is when those rates go down, the prices are probably going to come down. Well, no, maybe not. Rates go down, prices don't have to come down.
Not
Who knows?
necessarily, unless they crash.
Yeah, right. Unless we have a housing.
When have we ever seen that happen?
Unless we have a giant housing crisis. Ugh. Our economy is so retarded right now. Like none of it makes sense. Like if you look,
what's propping up the housing market? I'm waiting for the crash.
Again, it's hedge funds and foreign money is what's propping it up. And the same thing that propped up 2008. The banks are just loaning people money even if they can't pay it back.
Right, but the banks have been having this problem where they've been collapsing a little bit, so I just feel like it's just how soon until the housing. Like I said, I'm waiting for 2008 to show up again. It just seems like it's nearby.
It does, right? Bird Collector says, "Where are you going to go? Try buying at a good price." Yeah, you can. I mean, maybe if you live in here's another idea you could do. If you live in a town where they've got expensive real estate, like a bigger city, and then you want to go to a smaller town where you get more for your money, I mean, maybe that works. But if you're going to buy with today's interest rates, you should probably buy with an idea that when it craters again and the interest rates go way down, maybe refinance to a 15-year. A few years down the road, once the rates come down, that might not be the worst idea in the world. Oh, it's all fucking horse shit. Those taxes, man, they're so stupid.
But at least after you pay it off, you own the house. It's not like the government can come take it from you in any way, shape, or form.
Right.
It's your land.
Hobo,
you make the rules here.
You own your house and you own the land. Oh, do I really? Yeah, good. I'm not going to pay my property taxes. Oh, we're taking your house. But wait a minute. I paid, like, if you pay off the whole mortgage and then you don't pay off your fucking property taxes, they can still get to take your house. What a great deal. I love it when people call us a free country. Everyone throwing their interest rates out there. All of us who bought houses 4 years ago or before, we're all just waving our cocks around now about our interest rates. I remember my first house, I had 3.5 because it was right after the crash. It was like 2011, 2012. No, it was 3.5 for my first one. And now I think this one's like 3.9 or something like that because it went up a little in between. Somebody says house will never hard drop. Look over the years. It may drop a little, but houses will never be what they were in 2018 or before. Skeezy says there won't be a crash. BlackRock and China are still buying above asking price. That's just it. I want to list my house and see if fucking BlackRock will buy it from me. I'm going to write BlackRock a letter. Hey, you want my house? Pretty nice. Nice house. You're going to like it. You're going to love the house. Dr. Silverwolf says, my only hope for a better house is either marry some rich 80-year-old woman or a housing crash. Banking more on the 80-year-old, honestly. Well, you throw her some good dick, she'll do whatever you want. You'll be all right. Geese Artel says, we refinanced a few years ago to drop to a 15. Dropped 10 years off our mortgage for about the same payment. 2 to 3% pay extra every month. And should have a $400,000 house paid off in 8 years. Attaboy. That's how you do it. Ghislaine says, my house bought 3 years ago, $300K. Now it's worth over $400K. Bullshit. Yeah, no, I hear you. I understand that. It's fucking stupid.
Yeah, this one's worth a lot more than it should be.
Yeah.
Too.
Like I took my 20%. I took my 20% down, selling my last house, buying this one. So I already started with solid equity in it. And then that fucking value of the house takes off, and you're like, God damn, it really does. It gets to the point where if you didn't have 3 kids, you're like, fuck, I want to sell this thing and move to a tiny little town where the houses are cheaper and just, pocket some money. Mr. Null says, closed on my house in January of 2001, $30,000 property value, $75,000 now. Today, property tax value is $375,000. See, that's fucking criminal. And you know what they get to do? They get to pull this number out of their ass. They just get to walk around and tell everybody their house is worth this, and we're going to tax you this much on it.
Right. It's weird. And then at the same point, you can borrow against the value of your home. Oh, really? Great. Great. So I can get some more debt.
I've always thought home equity loans were such crazy bullshit because you're like, hey, this money I have in my house? They're like, yeah. Can I have some of it? And they're like, yeah, at 5%. You're like, what the fuck you? It's mine. I gave you this money when I bought this fucking house. Give me some of it back, you cunt. And they're like, yeah.
Sell some of the house. I'm going to sell just the bathroom downstairs. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, the bankers can all come take a shit at my house whenever they want to. The bathroom belongs to them. JJ says we just sold our starter house at 2.9%. Oh, fuck. You probably hate leaving that. Just finished our new build, and at 7%, it makes me sick. Fuck. Mr. Approachable says 3.6 on a 15-year fixed, up for renewal next year, and looking at around 7%. God damn it, man. That eats ass. Toastmaster says they auction your house to get the tax money, and if they don't get the full amount in the auction, they'll just send you a bill. Yeah, exactly. Phantom X says, you have 3 bathrooms and a guest room, so you're big pimping him, Holt. And I don't mean to brag, I have 4 bathrooms. But look, that's not the point.
Well, are we talking full bath or half bath?
3.5. Let's call it 3.5. The entryway bathroom does not have a shower.
Yeah. That's a half bath.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3.5. You can piss in 4 places in my house, shower in 3.
Well, I mean, technically, you could shit in the entryway bathroom.
Kotad, well, yeah, that's true, too. Kotad says the worst part of it, when the values tank, they won't decrease the property taxes. It's like gasoline. It goes up real fast. It comes down real slow. Kate Jones says mortgages are the most popular scam in history. Banks make a fortune from you and force you to work more. They're not wrong. Reed Street Soap says, oh, by the way, Reed Street Soap, awesome. I got all my, I'm using the, Reed Street Soap, help me. I'm using the brown one that smells delicious, not shit. Oh, God, what is that? I'll know it when I hear it. Is it gingerbread? Am I soaping myself with gingerbread? It smells really fucking good. I love it so much.
He says the same thing around certain people. Oh, the brown one smells delicious. Oh,
you leave Nick out of this. In the morning, I splash it on, and it makes me smell mainly. You think this stuff smells like a man? Because, I don't. Reed Street Soap says Gingerbread Village. Okay, but can we not say like Gingerbread Slaughterhouse so the audience doesn't think I'm a mo? That would be appreciated.
Oh,
yes.
The fresh Gingerbread Village scent.
Yes, the Gingerbread Village scent is my favorite one so far. I haven't had a chance to open up the other ones. I'm still
goes great
soaping
with my Sugar Plum Fairy conditioner.
Producer Robert says, of course Aaron loves the soap with the word bread in it. Thanks. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Aaron puts the gingerbread soap on his cinnamon raisin bread loofah. Fuck you. Oh, shit. What are we, 170 away from today? Oh, we're not far away at all, Johnny. And we got
this. We're going to be busy for a while.
We got this. You guys throw in a couple of bucks. We're going to get under 100 by 9 o'clock. Let's see how. I'm looking up Reed Street. There we go. It's Reed. I fuck up this link all the time, and I want to make sure I give the right one. Producer Robert, you're a mod. Put the Reed Street soap link up in the chat. Excuse me. Up in the chat, and everybody go get some of this Reed Street soap. It's really good stuff. Makes you all nice and clean. Makes you smell like a fucking pimp. Are you kidding? Oh, yeah. This is the one I'm going to do next. Check this out. This is Mountain Man Shea Butter, Mango Butter, Cocoa Butter. There you go. Thank you, Balls Deep and producer Robert. Reedsoap.shop. There you go.
Mountain Man. I will say that at least sounds manlier than Gingerbread Village.
Oh, yeah. No, it's very manly. I'm going to rub Mountain Man all over my body.
See, now it sounds just a touch because
what?
Oh, it's so manly. I'm going to rub it all over my body.
Yeah, I'm going to rub the Mountain Man.
That's what I do with manly things is I rub them all over me.
I'm going to take the Mountain Man and I'm going to rub it across my torso first and then wash from there. That's what I'm going to do. Oh, it smells nice. Producer Robert says use code KikiBucks for 15% off. Absolutely. Reed Street soap is fantastic. All right, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble. You guys know the drill. Continue to throw in. We appreciate your support of this program. Before we got on the soaps and the mortgages and the shit like that, I'm a little distracted because I went on Zillow and I looked at what they were estimating my home at, and I did kind of get in a mood where I was like, I'm going to sell this fucking thing. Like, it really did.
You don't have your kids a lot of the time.
I mean, I'm kind of at the point. No, what I would do is so St. Cloud has higher housing prices than a lot of the towns around it.
Right.
Like, just go to some of the other fucking towns.
So just move out to St. Joe or some shit?
Yeah, the only thing that stops me is goddamn interest rates at 6.75%. I don't want that. But then again, you could wait until those go down and then in a few years just refinance to a 15-year. Just be nice to have that fucking cash in your pocket, you know? Start over again? I don't know. Who knows?
Hey, kids, how do you feel about living in a trailer house? Because we could make some money.
SC Motorsports says Sartell is full. Stay out. Look, I'll probably stay in my fucking house, okay? I like it. It's nice. It's a good house. It's just, if BlackRock makes a phone call, can I really say no? That's what
my neighbor has a Lamborghini. It's weird. We're in a trailer park. What the fuck?
What the fuck is going on with my neighbor? He's very bleep rich. I don't understand what he's doing. January 6th committee erased over 100 encrypted files right before Republicans took the majority. This is one of those things where when you're desperate, you just do it because you're like, yeah, I know this makes me look insanely guilty. I know this makes me look like I'm super duper hiding something, but I really need to fucking hide something, and this will make sure I don't go to jail.
Fuck it.
Yeah. It's, you know what? Since we're talking about Reed Street soap, I'm going to light one of the candles with my Hogs and Heifers matches that I got from Las Vegas with this shitty striker plate. Yeah, this is shot. Come on, you cunt. Light. There we go. And we've got a little candling going on this morning. There we are. Look at this. Hey, Johnny, look. Amen. There we go. All right, guys. Great show today.
My own lighter, and I can make my own smoke. So I get just as much with. That looks like a cup. Are you going to be in danger of drinking that at some point?
I'm actually going to drink the wax. It's part of a dare that I have going on currently. It's a way to raise extra revenue for the show. So the J6 committee erased over 100 encrypted files right before the Republicans took the majority, probably because it would blow the narrative on their whole January 6th thing wide the fuck open, make them look shitty, and probably leave them open to prosecution. But the nice thing for them about what they did is now, even though it looks shitty and it looks dirty and it looks bad, nobody will ever know.
Great.
So go ahead, delete your files, get rid of all of it, and you'll be fine.
Hey, at least we're only possibly wrongfully incarcerating American citizens, in some cases to the tune of decades. So
Yeah, don't worry. I mean, a bunch of people just lost their freedom for a long time and were branded terrorists, basically, and told they were basically 9/11 times the Civil War plus Pearl Harbor. But, we deleted a few files because we didn't want you guys to see what we were up to. That's good. Enrique Tarrio's going to prison for decades, and he wasn't even there. But, you guys can just shred files all day and not get held accountable in the least.
And then right in front of us go, yeah, but Ray Epps gets 6 months because he was de-escalating everything.
And he didn't even get 6 months in jail. He got 6 months. I thought he got 6 months probation. Or was it 5 years probation?
I think it's like 5 years probation with 6 months. I have no idea.
SC Motorsports says, show me how you lit that match. The screen was in the way. You don't, do I light a match like a fucking asshole? Is that what you're trying to say? Look, especially when your striker thing is bad, I fold the back over the thing.
Oh, you do the pinch pull.
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
Nothing. I mean,
how I grew up lighting matches, yo. That's a fun one, to just watch it burn until your fingers hurt.
Yeah, I don't get to the second part.
Christ is alive in all of us.
Is that how Crucifix started all of his shows? Was
Yeah.
he would burn a match? And then,
Always, yeah. And then like druid music and everything else, and then yo motherfucker, then shit would be on and popping. King Kong Dong says move to Avon. No, you're not wrong though. Like those smaller towns, shit's still a lot cheaper. And that's the only way you can do any kind of flipping now. Sean says, try lighting a match with one hand. It's possible. I know there are people who can like use their fingernail to strike a match.
To flick those? Yeah.
I've seen that. Balls Deep says pinch pull wins. Yeah, what's wrong with the pinch pull at all? Nothing. Nothing wrong with the pinch.
You're not going to keep the book when all the matches are gone. Who cares if it's got a few like little half burned marks on it from pulling matches out?
Precisely. It seems the Democrats followed the Clinton erase the evidence plan when they handed the reins of the J6 committee over to the GOP after the 2022 midterms. According to an insider, the Democratic-led committee was supposed to turn over 4 terabytes of archived data that were part of the J6 investigation. Johnny, guess what?
None of it made it there?
They turned over 2 of the 4 terabytes.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure 2 of the 4 terabytes that they were comfortable with us seeing.
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, the 2 of the 4 terabytes they were comfortable showing us still had some pretty damning stuff on it.
Right.
It still had stuff like cops going, I think we were set up. I feel like they set us up. I feel like the government set this whole thing up. And it still has things like Goat Boy being, basically given a tour of the Capitol while he walks around. And, like, officers praying with him and, like, hanging out with the dude and walking around with him. So, like, it didn't show this, oh, my God, this revolution and this attempted overthrow of the government that everyone was talking about. So if that's in the 2 terabytes that they actually turned over, I want to know what's in the 2 terabytes they deleted.
The list of the undercover FBI agents.
Right? Now that's what I'm kind of thinking. Is that Ray Epps and his buddies are on a list somewhere that just got erased, that got bleach bit. That there's video of, like, meetings where they have the FBI director, and they're like, can we put this together? Can you make this happen? This, that, and the other thing. I mean, it's something they didn't want Republicans seeing.
Right.
And that's got to be pretty bad because, remember, these guys are all still golfing buddies. Like, Republicans and Democrats still get along. So if they're deleting 2 terabytes of information, it's got to be pretty serious. Now, go ahead.
No, I'm saying I'm really pissed now because it's like there's no way to get that back. And now, like you said, I really want to know what we weren't supposed to know.
I know. When you find out it got deleted, all you want to do is see it.
Yep.
A hired investigation team uncovered the fact that 117 files were encrypted and then erased right before Republicans took the majority while they were not fucking around. Those files have now been recovered.
Oh, boy.
This is fun. However, they are still unable to gain access to them. Give it time. Give it time. The panel's chairman, Representative Barry Loudermilk of Georgia, is demanding answers, saying, quote, as you acknowledged in your July 7th letter, the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol did not archive all committee records as required by House rules. You wrote that you sent specific transcribed interviews and depositions to the White House and Department of Homeland Security, but did not archive them with the clerk of the House. Oh, probably just a silly oversight, right, Johnny?
Yeah, I'm sure there's nothing at all in there that looks remarkably like you've been putting this all together to use the Justice Department as a weapon against one political opponent.
Right, that would be crazy talk. Honestly, I mean, what this basically was just somebody got a little excited. They were turning over the documents. They were so excited to be transparent that they just forgot to jot it down in the records. That's all. Loudermilk added that Thompson also claimed that you turned over 4 terabytes of digital files, but the hard drives archived by the Select Committee with the clerk of the House contains less than 3 terabytes of data. Hey, really? It's obvious that former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's Select Committee went to great lengths to prevent Americans from seeing certain documents produced in their investigation. Well, didn't the Republicans turn over like hours and hours of footage to Tucker Carlson?
Yeah.
And they went,
and
hey.
And then he just aired a bunch of it saying like, oh, this isn't the narrative we were told.
Right. They just go, hey, here's a bunch of shit of like the protesters just kind of wandering around. That's it. It also appears that Benny Thompson and Liz Cheney intended to obstruct our subcommittee by failing to preserve critical information and videos as required by House rules. That fucking Cheney family, man, you can't call them Republicans. You can't even call them Democrats. They are just shills for the status quo. I mean, She is as rotten and as sick as her dad was. Because at least her dad made money and her dad knew he was evil. She's just a fucking water-carrying propagandist for the state. I mean,
well, again, it does still make her money as long as she keeps the military-industrial complex rolling. That bill keeps getting paid.
Oh, speaking of which, you're going to be really surprised by this. Nikki Haley got endorsed by the defense contractors.
Oh, weird.
Yeah. It's odd, right?
Everybody that said she was a corporate shill must be fucking eating their balls right now because there's no sign of that whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, all these people who think that she's some kind of, organized CIA asset, deep state kind of a candidate, don't you guys all feel retarded? So stupid. Mr. Approachable says that is so frustrating when they put the delete button right next to the file button. It's so easy to accidentally press the wrong one. And that's probably what happened.
Right? It was a fat-fingered misclick. God knows I've had those in my life.
All it was. I didn't mean to. I really wanted the Republicans to see all that stuff so they would see what good we're up to. Oh,
Just shaking because I was so excited for all the freedom. And
I was just so pumped for it, and I deleted it. I just feel like such a sloppy idiot. God damn it.
silly goose.
Silly me. The American people deserve to know the full truth, and Speaker Johnson has empowered me to use all tools necessary to recover these documents to get the truth, and I will. It'd be pretty badass if Loudermilk started pulling out fingernails. Said, well, he told me
It'll be really hilarious if before the summer hits, literally, if before February's over, it's like, hey, it turns out January 6th was a big hoax. Like, oh my God, if we come around to that before election season.
Yeah. Hey, is the New Hampshire primary today? I think it is.
Oh, you mean Trump's second victory?
Yeah. I mean, this is
Yeah.
it. Yeah, results expected around 7 p.m. East or 7 p.m. Central. It's over. I mean, he's going to kick the shit out of her tonight, and then she's got to drop out.
But she just got endorsed by all of the military contracting companies. Like, so why would she drop out?
They're
now?
doing their best. They're trying really hard to keep her in there, but it's just not going to happen. Then you got South Carolina on February 24th. Nevada on February 8th. Is that the next one? Yeah, February 8th in Nevada would be the next primary. There's no way she can hang around, though, until then, if she gets the shit kicked out of her in New Hampshire. I guess as long as she's got system money on her side, right?
She can stay in there. But at this point, how is she going to win other than them, I don't know, assassinating Donald Trump?
Right. I mean, there's nothing that's going to help. And now Donald Trump is having a fucking killer last 2 weeks. I mean, Vivek dropped out. Ron DeSantis dropped out. That prosecutor in Atlanta looks like the most corrupt piece of shit. Makes him look like a saint. So
She's getting she got that divorce case that she's supposed to testify in. She got her testimony or whatever withheld until after the Donald Trump stuff.
Oh, did she really?
Yeah, because that's a conflict of interest, and that could affect this case. So we don't want to handle. And I'm like, yeah, that could affect this case in a very significant way, which is weird that we're not going to discuss whether or not she might have had a conflict of dick interest.
Oh man, so she got that all under wraps until the trial. Well, I mean, they're bound and determined to throw him in jail. So like, if it comes out with something that like disqualifies her, and they have to start this whole thing over again.
Yeah.
They're fucked.
The new person can choose. That's the thing. The new ADA or whoever they have coming in can choose to look at the charges, the evidence, and everything else and go, you know what? I'm choosing not to pursue this. So they definitely don't want her to leave at all.
Yeah, they don't want this going anywhere but where it is right now. They want to just they want to put their head down and plow forward. Boys and girls, we're only 170 away from overtime today. That's looking real, real good. Let's get that under 100 by the top of the hour, and we are looking sterling for the rest of the day. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, we went on an awesome run at the end of the last hour. Let's do another one here. If you got a few bucks, you want to throw it our way, we really do appreciate you throwing us the cash that keeps this show on the air. You guys are the best audience out there. Also, hit like on all this stuff. Hit subscribe. We appreciate the new followers. I've been getting a lot of Rumble notifications today. People writing in on YouTube. Nice little day for Steel Toe. Fun little show. Thank you very much. And if you feel like contributing, there's all the links in the chat. Rumble as well. We do appreciate it. Labglass says there's a lot of money behind that cunt. Oh, Nikki Haley? Yeah. Like the whole system, basically. Michael B says it is looking bad for Trump. All right, let's take a look. Nikki Haley sweeps Dixville Notch's primary, winning all 6 votes. Oh, yep, Trump's fucked. The 6 registered voters of tiny Dixville Notch in New Hampshire all cast their ballots for Nikki Haley at midnight on Tuesday. giving her a clean sweep over former President Donald Trump and all the other candidates.
There are no other candidates.
I mean,
Down to just
well,
those two.
there's Asa Hutchinson, and I think that's it.
Who the fuck is Asa Hutchinson? When did this happen?
I think Asa Hutchinson was
Was that
what?
like a local write-in? What the hell?
No. Asa, I know this one. Asa Hutchinson was the governor of Texas or Arkansas. One of the two. Asa Hutchinson. 73 years old, first of all. Jesus Christ. American attorney, businessman, and politician. 46th governor of Arkansas. Okay, so I pulled that one out of my ass.
Wait, that's a dude's name?
Yeah, Asa. A-S-A. Asa Hutchinson. What is Asa?
Yeah.
That's not a good name for you?
That's a chick name.
Asa is you know what?
I picture a chick when I hear Asa Hutchinson. I'm like, all right, so that's a lady, right? Like that's a chick?
I disagree with you, Johnny. I don't think that's a guy's name or a girl's name. I don't think that's a name.
I just didn't even know that was a person. So to say that they're running, I would say I'm shocked. I didn't know they existed.
Sid Saraf says Asa dropped out. He's on the ballot today, though. Him and Christie. Well, I guess Christie dropped out, too, and he's still on the ballot.
On the ballot?
So it's Trump and Haley. And you got to think, Haley was down by what, like 15 points when Vivek and DeSantis were both in? Yeah. And now Vivek and DeSantis both dropped out and supported Trump. This could be a pretty bad beating.
Hey, you know, because of all of the work that he did running that campaign, he had to sell some of his stuff, old Asa. And if you go on Facebook Marketplace, you can buy Asa's base. You can have the Asa base.
Yeah.
Yep.
Did you know he's selling one card out of his deck to try and make ends meet?
Really?
Yeah.
What card is he selling?
The Ace of Spades.
Oh.
I can't take credit for that one. That's Kalama's joke.
Oh no.
Actually, Asa Hutchinson had a big moment in high school when he was about to fail a class, but he pulled the nose of the plane up just at the perfect time.
Really?
Yeah, he only had to do one thing.
What's that?
Ace a test.
I'm actually regretting starting this.
Why? Why?
Because I had the ace of base thing,
yeah,
and I felt
base.
so great for that, and that was it. Like, it fired my big shot, and now I've got nothing.
Yeah, you know what? Asa, Asa sold his base. Asa base. You know why he sold his base?
Why is that?
His wife put up a sign that said "No base," and he saw the sign. And so he had to sell Ace of Base. Bobby Baloney says, I hate this pun now. Some people just putting tomatoes in the chat. How do you guys not have more Asa puns for us? Come on, writing staff. What are we doing here? Yeah, throw a few bucks in like Carlos is for his Asa puns. $5 from Carlos. He says, Asa saw the sign and it opened up his eyes. He saw the sign to drop out of the race. All right. 165 away from today's overtime. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. If you want to throw in, we do appreciate it. Amanda Hug and Kiss writes, Jesus Christ, stop.
I mean, or don't. You know, I mean, it's just a good time.
His middle name is Mario. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah, sometimes he comes into a room and he says, Ace of me, Mario.
Oh, no. No.
King Kong Dong says Ace's favorite sport is disc golf. He plays in the Ace of Pace tournament. Oh. Kotod says, I'm a huge Asa Hutchinson fan. In fact, you could even say I'm an acist. Trucker 18-Wheeler says, just saw a news headline from CNN that Haley's voters will consider voting for Biden if Trump wins. Yeah, you couldn't see that one coming.
Oh, and by the way, still won't matter. I don't know if you know this or not.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's going to give a fuck.
Haley doesn't have like a large majority of the vote. She's not taking anything away from Donald Trump. At this point, she's a bullet going at a freight train. She can choose to get out of the way or not. Either way, the freight train's coming through, so who cares?
Sid Saraf says he was Asa Hutchinson was actually a chatty kid.
Really?
Yeah, they called him Asa Mouth. Asa Mouth. Thank you, Sid. He gives so much money to this fucking program. You laugh right now, goddamn you. Sandy Squatch says Asa's friends are black. You might say he's the Ace of Spades.
I mean, okay.
SC Motorsports says he's all about that Asa, no treble. That's Carlos Cameo says Asa Hutchinson's cabinet would have been called the Ace-Off Battalion.
Oh no, really?
I don't think that would have been a good look. I'm sorry. I don't. I could be wrong, but I think that might be a bad look. Thank you to Kool-Aid Diff for becoming a baby boot. I appreciate that. Sid Saraf says ass to mouth. Oh, Asa mouth. Asa mouth. Asa mouth. You know, if you don't believe in Donald Trump and Asa Hutchinson's the only candidate you believe in, you're really, as Fauci's Pangolin says, more of an atheist. Atheist. Fuck.
Or you're just Ace's base.
Or you're an Asa-hole for doing this bit for so long. King Kong Dog says these are fucking terrible. You're not bad. You're not wrong. I'm sorry. Hutchinson was a pilot in World War II. He was actually an Asa pilot. Kotod says Asa Hutchinson was pretty good at sports. Kotod's a fan of his. He says, I'm a huge fan of Asa play. Wrestling Fat Faku says, I couldn't give a rat's Asas about this bit. Why do you look like you're in pain? I don't understand.
I don't know. I feel like we've fallen into an Asa hole.
His name's Aaron. All right, guys, 165 away from going to overtime today. I appreciate it. Cheeseburger Pie over on Rumble says we need to put an Asa bandage on this broken bit.
I don't know if that'll fix it.
Streamlabs.
Especially those used for sprains.
Thank you, fucking joke fact checker. Kool-Aid Dip says, Aaron, you're a real ace-a-hole for keeping this going. Thank you. Thank you very, very much for that. All right, let's thank a couple more people here, and then we'll move on to the next thing. Enough with who would have thought we'd be doing Asa Hutchinson jokes today? Frank with $5 says, with all of your bathrooms, you should like an old lady with a ham under her arm complaining she has no bread. Thank you, Frank. I appreciate that generosity. It's 160 away from overtime today. Let's be honest. You guys definitely want to hang out with this show longer.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
You guys definitely want this thing going till 10:30 today. 160 away from doing that 30 minutes of overtime. Dr. Silverwolf says, I heard he had a plumbing leak, actually. He had to go to Asa Hardware. Sydney Shaw says, if you say you've aced this bit, can we just move on?
Yeah, I was going to say, this bit's been aces.
Oh, no, they're getting really bad. Kalama, you know where his favorite chicken restaurant is?
What?
Chick-fil-A.
Oh, no.
You know what my favorite comedy is from the early 90s?
What's that?
Starring Asa Hutchinson?
I didn't know he was a comedian.
Oh, yeah, he was really good. He did a great movie this one time, did Asa Hutchinson. It's called Asa Ventura, Pet Detective.
I swore that was Jim Carrey.
Yeah, I know. A lot of people get it confused. They thought it was Jim Carrey. It was actually Asa Hutchinson.
All righty, then.
This is fucking retarded. Nash Albertson says this bit is Ace AIDS. Let's see, now we're reaching. Matt Joe says everything you did that was good has been ruined with today's show. What? You mean like in my entire life, like my family, my home?
I mean, I
everything?
feel like that already happened.
Oh, when he digs his own grave, he'd be the ace of spades. That's like our third ace of spades joke. I think we're wearing it thin on ace of spades. Actually, Mikey Two Milk says Johnny hasn't had pussy in so long, he's turning asexual.
Oh, that's just hurtful. I mean, accurate, but hurtful. Jesus, man.
Oh, you know what? Wrestling Fat Faku with a good point. A long time ago, I was in the construction business, and I used to do demolition, and I got into some really bad stuff. I actually got mesothelioma from all the asbestos. This is the most airtime Asa Hutchinson's ever had outside of Arkansas.
I didn't even know it was a person until now.
You didn't know Asa Hutchinson was a guy until a little bit ago. Ricada Law with $10 says our favorite band is Ace of Base. Okay, that's also like our third Ace of Base one. So I feel like we really, and I know when we
taken the traction and tread.
I know when we get on bits like this, I say 900 times it's time to move on, but I have to say that's a lot of Ace of Base references. I think it's time to move on. Hobo Chili Recipe with $4.99 says your bits suck and you're fat. Also, good morning, Johnny, the best part of Steel Toe. I'm starting to sense a growing, budding resentment.
It's, I don't know. Interesting.
Joe simply writes, you're bombing. I'm sure between Rumble and YouTube, we went from about 800 people to 600 people during this bit. I'm known to do these kinds of things, but I ain't fucking checking. All right, let's go to our next thing. This next story is more of a contrast. We finished up the January 6th thing, right?
Yeah, we covered it.
Fucking deleting 2 terabytes of information. I can't wait till they recover all that and find out what it was. I hope it's like meetings with the FBI. I hope it's something really egregious because ever since COVID, they've gotten really like not hiding shit about like inside job type stuff. So I hope it's like meetings with Christopher Wray where they're like openly discussing like, yeah, we can put like 400 agents out there and have them stir shit up.
Again, like if that stuff happens, how are we supposed to take any of this? Because isn't all of the trial stuff that we're going through with Donald Trump right now kind of based and hinged on him starting an insurrection in January 6th?
Some of it's about the January 6th stuff. I think some of it is, and I think it's this with the Georgia thing. Actually, ironically, Nick and his legal knowledge would be perfect for this. I think the Atlanta one has more to do with election tampering.
Okay.
I think that one has to do with the actual election more so than January 6th. But then there's like 3 or 4 other cases out there.
Yeah.
That are, January 6th and this and that. They're just throwing as much as they can at the wall and seeing what's... I love how we've basically got this, like, it's almost like a Dukes of Hazzard thing with Trump the last, since 2015, so the last 8-9 years, where we've got him, this is it, and then they forget that as much of a piece of shit as he is, and he is, they don't check themselves first and realize, oh, wait, we're made of shit. So every time we try to go at this guy and expose him for what a piece of shit we are, all of his supporters and his fans go and dig up shit on us and find out that we're bigger pieces of garbage. We never called each other out on it, so we kind of look like massive hypocrites. Like this like this Fulton County thing. This woman's like, I'm going to be the one who gets Trump. She's like Captain Quint in Jaws. She's like, I'm talking about working for a living. I'm talking about impeaching. And then all of a sudden, the fucking monster comes out of the ocean and just bites her in half. Why? Because she was fucking some dude and then gave him the job. How inept can you be? They hand you the one thing they've always wanted, which is this guy's head on a platter. And what do?
Oh, no. I thought she always wanted that dick.
Well, yeah. Then
she's a size queen.
That was the conflict of interest. She wanted the dick. They wanted Trump in prison. You can only have one. There's proof of Nancy Pelosi threatening the president that she wanted to punch him. Oh, yeah, I saw that too. But you're allowed to do that, especially if you're 90 years old. $10 from Ricada Law says, sorry to repeat your brilliant Asa bit. I thought I had an ace up my sleeve, but instead I'll use my asymmetric knowledge to say you nailed it on Fulton County. Well, I mean, nailed it on Fulton County. I mean, honestly, not really, because make me go into any more detail on that, please. Johnny, ask me for details. Say, Aaron, what specifically about election tampering is this case about?
Yeah, what exactly does it have to do with election tampering? Exactly, what's the...
Pulling some bullshit with some dudes. It's a legal phrasing, by the way. Pulling some bullshit with some dudes. It's a technical term. You wouldn't understand it because you don't know a lot of legal jargon, but I've done that in the courtroom before. I never told you about that, my days where I was a trial lawyer.
Yeah.
I gave it up to beg for money on the internet while I waited for a new radio show. I gave all that up. I was a really good trial lawyer. One of my great lines was I would, if the prosecutor was pulling some shady moves, I would go, Your Honor, I object. She's pulling bullshit again. And the judge would always go, God damn, man, I see your point. Yeah, you, counselor, approach. And then he'd call us up. He'd be like, I'm going to grant you, I'm going to sustain your objection. And for you quit pulling bullshit right now, you little bitch. And then everything would work out great. And then I would give my closing arguments, and I would go, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, they would have you believe that my client is some kind of dick. But I think you've heard from the evidence here today that they're full of shit and that they're pulling shit and that you're smart enough to see that. You don't let the wool get pulled over your eyes. My client, nice guy, decent enough dude, good swinging dick, right? I think we can agree on that. Their side, cocksuckers. The whole lot of them.
Can't believe you've never won a case.
No, I won that case. You never heard of that one? That was the... Yeah. I won that case. You know the guy in Wisconsin who ran all the people...
State v. cocksucker.
Yeah. You know the guy in Wisconsin who ran all the people over?
Yeah.
Yeah, I defended the first guy. They let him go. It was all racism. He was black, and they were just like, well, we got one. And I was like, no, you got the wrong guy. And we won the case.
They found a black one. They're pulling bullshit.
They just found a black guy, and now they're pulling some bullshit. That's what I told them. Aaron is holding Idiocracy Court. Yeah, that's the way it started. Was the judge went, I'm fixing to commensurate this done trial here. And then I told that judge, I'm like, just look at him. No.
My balls.
And he interrupted me while I was watching. Oh, my balls. That is not okay. Not okay. No, the Fulton County thing, though. Here, I can go a little bit. I'm going to go a little bit more into detail. And maybe I'll go until I sound like an ass. It was Trump's communication with, I think, the governor and the Secretary of State, or it could just be the governor, where he was, you know, the phone call where he was telling the guy, asking him if he could find like a certain amount of votes.
Right.
He was like, we need to find 32,000 votes or whatever. They're trying to hang him on that. Which Trump does this thing where he talks the way like dumb regular people talk sometimes. Like he talks in kind of business shorthand where he's like, hey,
right.
we need to find 32,000 votes. That doesn't mean he's like, hey, could you fraudulently create 32,000 votes? What he was trying to say was, if we go and count all these places again, or we go look for all the ballots, do you think we can find the 32,000 votes that we need to put me over the top? But they're trying to now make that like he's election tampering and trying to, again.
Which is weird because, again, with the actual election, we all went to sleep and suddenly Biden found all the votes he needed in the middle of the night. Like,
well, no, see, now that's legit. See, when a guy's ahead by a shitload of points, and then you go to bed and wake up, and the other guy's ahead, that's just kind of how elections work. I'm surprised you didn't know that.
oh,
Yeah.
but going back after the fact and be like, hey, can we make sure none of these votes fell through the cracks and see if we can find the numbers we need? All right, that's treason.
Alcada with $10 says, congrats, you just made WATP's Cringe of the Week. I won't be on WATP. I'm not Stuttering John. I won't make it. I won't end up being on there. I'm kidding. I like Carl. He might be a little obsessed, though. I think it is something we will need to devote some time to. We may have to discuss this. By the way, guys, thank you very much. 1:30 away from 10:30 at this point, and about an hour left in regulation. So thank you very much. If you want to knock out the rest of that 1:30, all the links are there in the chat and pinned to the top of the page, both on Rumble and on YouTube. Thank you to both of you. Both of you wonderful services for pitching in today. So a Canadian hotel made an American sign a waiver because of his food order. You may or may not know this, but in Canada, they have a lot different food safety measures than we do here in the United States. Canadians look at us and think of us kind of like cowboys, like we take too many risks with our diet. We eat too many foods that are, not very good for us, kind of dangerous. So I'm going to let you guess. What did a Canadian restaurant make an American sign a waiver for?
I actually know what they made them sign the waiver.
Well, then go ahead. Be the window in for everybody.
For a fucking burger. For a medium done burger. He asked for it medium.
He wanted a fucking medium. Not like bloody, not like leaking, not like still mooing or anything like that. The guy wanted a fucking medium burger. Guys, I eat my steaks and burgers medium. And I'm considered like, oh, boy, what are you, a fucking 9-year-old? What do you, overcook your meat? And I eat medium. You go to Canada, you eat medium, they're like, all right, look, if you drop dead of a heart attack right now in front of us, you have to sign this waiver that says we aren't liable. It's gone too far. Like, I feel like Canada's almost like purposely leaning into the stereotype that they're a bunch of gay F words.
Yeah.
Like, almost like when in school, you're going to get made fun of, so you start making fun of yourself first. So, like, people can't get at you or get to you or whatever. So you're like, I know, I'll make fun of how fat I am first, and then they can't make fun of how fat I am.
I don't have erectile dysfunction.
Yeah. Actually, none of us knew that part. Oh, well, then I was just making a joke. But like with Canada, they're like, oh, they all think we're gay and we're pussies. Here, sign this waiver so you can eat pink meat. Wow, you guys actually really taking the wind out of my sails. I was actually going to call you super gay and giant pussies, but now you've actually overdone what I was going to make fun of you for. Now I don't really know what the hell to do.
Weirdly doubled down on being ballless.
Trucker 18 Wheeler says, as Chad would say, this guy's an Asa. And he gives us $1.16. You give me $1.16 to make another shitty Asa Hutchinson joke? You rat fuck piece of shit. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. Still 1:30 away. Thank you guys very, very much. So, a red-blooded American said he lost his appetite after ordering a burger at a Hilton hotel in Toronto, and they made him sign a waiver because he wasn't willing to get the burger well done. God, that does just seem like a stereotypical thing in Canada that you'd want to be told isn't true. Like, oh, I bet you in Canada they make you get all your burgers well done. Then you go up to Canada and
that's
like,
just bullshit. That's one of those. Yeah, I'm sure this is just, you heard about a guy show me a picture of somebody who can't get a burger well done. All right, what the fuck is going on in Canada?
You guys are fucking insane. Are you out of your mind? No, you have to have it well done. Why? You'll get sick if you don't. That's literally not true. You people are scared of your own fucking shadow. They don't have Groundhog's Day in Canada. They just all go, they walk out of their houses and they'll go, ah! And then they run back inside. That's their holiday.
Another 6 months of winter.
I was flabbergasted, the visitor said in a post to Reddit. Now, first of all, if you're an American and you go to Canada, I don't want you guys using flabbergasted. It makes us sound like them. So keep it together. Say pissed. I was flabbergasted, the visitor said in a post to Reddit that has since gone viral on the platform's Toronto page and garnered more than 500 comments. Ooh. I already had my first bite but stopped eating and did not sign the waiver. I was shocked, to be honest with you, they said in an interview. I mean,
they served him the waiver mid-meal?
And now look at this. That doesn't even look like a very medium burger. That looks like a medium well burger. So they were even too scared shitless to actually cook it right.
Yeah, I don't know how he felt about the burger's overall like cook level, but yeah, you can't take that place seriously now. Like, all right,
the Toronto Hilton. I mean, you're making a guy sign a waiver to eat medium meat.
I've seen people eat raw hamburger before.
Wait a minute.
Not like lots of it, but like pieces.
I should make April sign a waiver. Hey-o! Medium meat.
Well, I mean, it's more of a small, but...
Thanks.
You're welcome.
You know what? You're right.
It's finger food.
You know what? You're right. I was being too optimistic. They just tell you it's big because they want you to feel good. You're right. They're all bullshitting you. You know, thank you, Johnny. It took many years to get over my confidence issues. I'm glad you could set me straight again.
You know, I'm here for realism.
I was really starting to think I had a good swinging dick there for a while, but you know what? Thank God you set me straight. They're all lying whores, every single one of them.
It's why the guys and the girls love you, because late at night in the dark, you barely feel it. You know what I mean? It's just
they call me a good, cozy, sleepy fuck. What it is. You asshole. Yes, there was a time where I considered myself humorous, but today you have proven me wrong. Now, they waited until he started eating the burger to bring him the waiver. While the hotel chain doesn't typically hand these waivers out, a Hilton spokesperson told CTV News Toronto that the chain adheres to all of Ontario's food safety laws. Isn't Ontario also the place where, like, Jordan Peterson was fighting to, like, call dudes girls and shit?
I think so. Isn't he?
Oh,
like,
no,
as far
I'm sorry.
As I know, he's
Ottawa. That was Ottawa.
Oh.
Not Ontario. Isn't
he's still fighting though, isn't he? Like, I think he's still in
yeah,
court.
they're
like,
trying to make him
go to appeal it.
Yeah, they're trying to make him go to re-education camp. Like, literal re-education camp. They're trying to get Jordan Peterson to go to a place where he's going to learn how to treat people with dicks and vaginas who want to have a different set of I don't know. They're going to take him to a camp somewhere. I imagine they're just going to hold his eyeballs open like a
Clockwork Orange thing?
Yeah, and they're just going to make him watch RuPaul's Drag Race for 17 hours. And then I think he's supposed to be cured by then. If I'm not mistaken. Look, anyone can correct me on that, but I feel like I've got it pretty much nailed. Jeezy's Tall says Ottawa is in Ontario, Aaron. Oops. Well, I learned something about Canada today. Am I an ugly American now that I didn't know that? Because I thought Ontario was in Quebec. I really don't know shit about Canada, man.
I could have swore Minnesota was in Iowa. You know?
No, okay, look, if you live in Canada, you have to know American shit. If we live here, we don't have to know what you guys do. Is it really that important?
I mean, why do you even have provinces? It's all just one giant pile of shit up there. I mean,
just call it all Canada and we'll figure it out. You start driving, it all looks the same until you get to Newfoundland. Those people I hear are fucking insane. We should make them honorary Americans. When guests request a cooking temperature for meat that is below the minimum required, our hotel provides a waiver as an additional food safety measure with language consistent with what you might see printed at the bottom of restaurant menus, a statement read. God damn, they've scared the shit out of themselves so bad that medium meat throws them into a tailspin.
You might read a statement similar to that waiver at the bottom of a Red Robin menu, but they won't make you sign anything over it.
Right. Red Robin doesn't go, oh my God, you want a little bit of red inside of your burger? Will you sign this? Why? So that if you drop dead, what do you mean? You know, it'd be fun to go to Canada, order a medium rare burger, and then they bring out, they go, we have to sign a waiver that says if you die, you won't hold us responsible. And I'll just look at them and go, relax, it's not a vaccine for COVID. You think they'd like that joke in Canada?
Probably not.
No, you don't think they'd like? Oh, well. God,
I mean, I would. I think it's hilarious.
There's no.
I'd also go in and be like, they're like, how do you want your burger? I want it still screaming from the searing pain of the grill when it gets to my table.
Would you change into that half Chicago accent at the end like you just did there?
Probably.
All right, good. 1:30 away from overtime today. If you'd like to help us get there, there's all the links in the chat pinned to the top of the page. We'll go till 10:30. We're 130 away from that. Otherwise, we got about 45 minutes left in what's been a brilliant show today. Just a lot of Johnny and I just educating you on so many different things like court procedure. I think we did a great job of that today.
We've learned so much today.
I have really terrible news, though. Look, I'm not trying to bring the mood in the room down. I'm not trying to make anybody's day feel shitty. But I do have to, look, I bring people the news, and I have to bring you a relatively big story that's going to hurt. The Democratic Socialists of America are imploding, facing mass layoffs and major cuts amid internal crises. This is... I know a lot of our audience is almost feeling like children without a home after hearing that. But some socialists appear genuinely surprised they were unable to balance a budget. Democratic Socialists of America appear to have been so preoccupied with trying to make organizations across America unprofitable that it failed to keep an eye on its own bottom line. The Democratic Socialists of America, backed by members of the so-called Squad, and touted as America's largest and fastest growing socialist organization, is imploding on account of a 7-figure deficit.
So that's like $1 million?
Millions of dollars in deficits, infighting, and the prospect of massive layoffs. To stay afloat, the radical group is considering defunding its various chapters and propaganda arms, as well as axing senior staff. So essentially what they're going to do is take all of these little hamlets that they've opened up all over the place, shut them down, absorb whatever assets they have, and see if they can raise enough to keep the main artery working.
And then they'll just fire pretty much everybody they have to along the way.
Right. Members of DSA's National Political Committee indicated in a recent proposal that DSA is in a financial crisis and staff-related costs account for 58% of their total expenditures and 72% of their projected income. The current deficit will force us to make a 7-figure budget cut. This will require us to make painful decisions that will impact all levels of the organization. So, a socialist organization started out, got a bunch of money from investors and whatnot, overspent, didn't account for it, tried to create their utopia, and now it's all going broke and they have to shrink. God, I wish they would have seen this story somewhere else about, the kind of politics they wanted to approach so that somebody could have warned them.
Well, I mean, this is so rare to see a socialist organization. I mean, we don't have any socialist organizations or governments throughout the world that have just gone belly up.
Right.
Just completely. I mean, what is it, Venezuela right now? We're not dealing with
nope.
A huge shakeup over there because
they're doing
of all
great.
That stuff.
They're doing great. Yeah, I mean, it's too bad that there wasn't an example that these people could learn from and then thus run their organization a little better.
It'd be really handy if they could just look in a history book and be like, how has this worked in the past?
Right. How do we avoid monetary pitfalls? Skeezy says going down the way of Soviet Russia. Yeah, but the DSA doesn't even have nukes to show for it. At least when the commies were going under, they had a few, world-busting weapons.
They had stuff they could sell.
Yeah, exactly. These guys can, too. They make hemp bracelets, from what I hear.
Fuck.
How many hemp bracelets do you need to balance a multi-million-dollar deficit? Can we? I want to find the Democratic Socialist Convention. Do you remember that? The DSA's convention they had where everybody had jazz hands and they're getting mad at each other. And
oh, wait, didn't we cover a story like that where someone got up and yelled that you have to stop misgendering? Someone really freaked out about that.
Stop using gendered language, you guys. And then he just grunted. I want to find that. Oh, no. Where is it? I don't want to watch this Fox clip because they're like interviewing one of the guys from like Big and Rich or something about it. I don't really give a shit about that. I wanted to see the one where it's just where the guy's like, stop using gendered language, you guys. I think if I go on Twitter, I'd have an easier time finding it. Democratic Socialist Convention. The DSA. Oh no, that's a South Park clip. That's not going to work. Wait a minute. Here we go.
Quick point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Guys, first of all, James Jackson, Sacramento, he, him. I just want to say, can we please keep the chatter to a minimum? I'm one of the people who's very, very prone to sensory overload. There's a lot of whispering and chatter going on. It's making it very difficult for me to focus. Please, can we just, I know we're all fresh and ready to go, but can we please just keep the chatter to a minimum? It's a
fucking dick bag. Like, honestly, you're at a thing with hundreds, if not thousands of people, and you have the gall to be like, excuse me, but I can't even with the whispering, so could we please cut it out? Oh, fuck.
I'm one of those people that's prone to sensory overload. Then lock yourself in a bubble, you fucking bastard. Yeah. Don't go into the world.
I'm one of those people who's prone to sensory overload, so I came to this giant convention hall today because I make terrible decisions and I'm retarded. And my dad was right. There are some fucking winners at this thing, though, man. You're not going to believe that this organization is going belly up right now after we show you this conference.
It's affecting my ability to focus. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade.
Okay, so now this guy with pink hair comes up, and he wants to say some words, and he's fucking pissed. This guy is losing his shit.
Okay, is there a speaker against name, chapter, pronouns?
Point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Please do not use gendered language to address everyone.
It's his little.
Please do not use gendered language to address everyone.
It's that huff at the end that always gets me. I love it. So watch him scoodle doodle up here with his fucking whatever the hell he's wearing. It's Richard Simmons had a disastrous lesbian breakup garb he's got on.
Just keep the chatter to a minimum. It's affecting my ability to focus. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade.
There we go.
Okay,
he's tripping all over himself.
Against name, chapter, pronouns.
Point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Please do not use gendered language to address everyone.
Hey, man, don't breathe into the microphone like that. That last guy gets sensory overload.
Does everyone have to say that when they take the mic, no matter what they say? Point of personal privilege like that?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep. Every time.
Okay. Quick point of privilege once again. Hi, James Jackson, Sacramento DSA, he, him.
Okay, so that's the same guy before who has the sensory overload problem.
Right.
He wants to let people know that he's still censoring.
I have already asked people to be mindful of the chatter of their comrades who are sensitive to sensory overload, and that goes double for the heckling and the hissing. It is also triggering to my anxiety. Like, the be comradely isn't just for, like, let's keep things civil or whatever. It's so that people aren't going to get triggered and so that it doesn't affect their performance as a delegate, okay?
I'm getting triggered by your hissing. Oh, yeah? I got a pet snake. Look at him.
See, like, I
want to do like Santino Marella. I want to put a cobra's face on a sock and put it on my hand and go.
Point of personal privilege. Some of us really like socializing and interacting with groups. So perhaps maybe if it would help those of you who are prone to sensory overload, go back to your hotel room and lock yourself in a closet.
And if a hose starts leaking some kind of noxious fume, just don't worry about it. Go to bed. You'll be fine. It's just part of the cleaning process from the maid cart.
Your need to express yourself is important, but your need to express yourself should not trump or over, like...
I see that...
Oh, they don't want to say Trump. How about the fact that guy panicked when he said Trump and realized he had to use a different word? These people are a fucking hot mess. Oh, my God. Don't hiss.
Yeah, we should totally let them run things.
Yeah.
They seem like they have high-pressure situations down.
Sir, there is a nuke coming to the earth. You know, if you yell, it triggers my anxiety. God, you guys don't listen to me ever. Sorry, Mr. President, but we need to make a decision now. You know, I just need to take time to do these things.
Triggered, and so that it doesn't affect their performance as a delegate, okay? Your need to express yourself is important, but your need to express yourself should not trump or over, like... I see that no...
By the way, did you notice the people in the crowd who agree with what he says, they don't clap?
Yeah.
They do this.
Yeah, because we don't want to make too much noise.
Right. You don't want to
overload his senses with the time-honored way of showing our approval that has worked for humanity for eons.
You don't want to trigger the guy who's got the panic level of the guy with the blade dick in 7 on. He made me fuck her. He made me fuck her. Oh, my God. I was talking to someone.
He'd be saying that, but it'd be because he's gay and he's like, he wasn't into chicks.
He didn't want to fuck the girl. Made me do it. I was talking to someone the other day about that scene in 7, and I'm like, that guy has the most underrated performance in that movie because that is 1,000% how broken and fucked up you would be if someone made you do that.
That guy plays a lot of broken and fucked up people.
Oh, is he in a lot of stuff?
He moves around in a lot of stuff. He was in Aliens, the Aliens 4, like where they brought back Sigourney Weaver and shit. And so he's knowingly walking around with an alien inside him like the whole time. And all he wants to do is get put into a cryopod so they can like safely remove the alien and everything. And at the end, when it becomes apparent that that's not going to happen, he makes sure to take the guy who really effed him up and put an alien in him and hold his head to his chest and get him with the alien. And it's a very dramatic scene. And
yeah, that guy does a great job. If you had to fuck someone to death with a bladed dildo, I think you would be about as broken as that gentleman.
Yeah.
Pretty sure.
Or over... Like,
I see that no one's clapping for me. It could be because I'm not engaging, but it also is because everyone's doing this. And that's really important because those loud bursts of noise, even though this is a noisy space, when we can do something like reducing that, that's really important. So please don't clap, shoot up these. We have a lot of...
Fucking old Che Guevara over here.
I'd just be in the back, but like, yeah, that's the way to be. Way to go.
Yeah. Hey, kid, I'm kid. Hey, go ahead. Just start baseball cheering him. Hey, I'm that kid. That's a big socialist there, kid. Big one, 2019. Big convention. There you go, buddy. Everyone's like, you're triggering my anxiety. Then you're not then you shouldn't vote. I'm sorry. It's very stressful. Just eat ice cream and jack off. You'll be fine.
A lot of disabled comrades, and a lot of those are invisible.
I have bad news, sir. You're all disabled.
We have a lot of disabled comrades, and a lot of those are invisible disabilities. You don't know who it is that is...
Like being a socialist.
Having a more difficult time navigating this space, and this space was not created with all of their needs in mind. So it's up to us to modify that space to make sure that everybody is able to move in the way...
They didn't make rules for those people because they're not real people.
Yeah, because you guys are the only people that consider your anxiety a disability.
Right. The rest of us
that's what they're talking about. He's not talking about unseen stuff like people like me. It's like, oh, that person has MS. They look totally fine. But if they have a bad day, they can't walk or whatever. No, he's talking about people like, look, that's an unseen disability. A lot of people don't realize that. Yeah, the disability of, oh, my God, I can't even because it's so loud and noisy.
I'm so sad. Can you believe these people have a multi-million-dollar debt and may have to fold? I can't imagine.
Yes. Yes, I can.
Ways that they need to move. And additionally with the noise issue, like avoid hissing, avoid waving banners, right? Because there's all sorts of things. If you don't know what to do, show up these, right? I'm sure there's lots of ways that we can communicate to each other without needing to rely on something that's going to hurt somebody else. We have quiet rooms that are available. There's a range of options of these, right? Please don't go into that space.
They have quiet rooms. Well, Johnny, what if it gets too noisy?
Guys, I got to get up. I got to find a quiet room. La, la, la.
Well, I mean, if it gets noisy in there, they're going to need to, be safe.
You need a quiet room. It's just, I'm sorry. Did you forget the part where you were supposed to be an adult by now?
Kate Jones says in the chat, what about the deaf comrades? No, I call those the lucky ones. They don't have to hear this bullshit. Well, anyway, I wanted to show you guys that for some context, as the Democratic Socialists of America have 7-figure debt and may have to fold. I'm sorry. Make sure we don't end up with 7-figure debt. Let's knock out that last 130. And if we do, we go till 10:30 this morning. Thank you very much. If you feel like contributing, the links are in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships, Rumble rants, etc. Thank you guys very much. Not too far away. We got about a half hour left in regulation. We knock out that 130. We're good to go. Producer Robert says we are doomed. Why? Those people aren't getting anywhere near power. They can't even balance their own checkbook. Don't worry.
They can't even pay their electric bill. They're going to be in the dark soon.
Right. They can't even keep the fucking lights on. Hobo Chili says, why are you smiling so much, Aaron? Did you find cake? You see, what Hobo's trying to say is that if I seem happy, I must have found some cake somewhere. Because it's a...
I mean, I'd be happy if I found cake.
I think most of us would be happy. If, some say found cake is better than earned cake. That's what I always say. But anyway, no, Hobo. I did not find cake. And no, D Gulag, it's not that I'm sensing cake. I don't have a cake sense. Thanks for telling the joke, jackass. Just being insulted. What? What do you want from me? You call me fat, I over-explain your joke to make you feel like a dick. That's our thing. How do you not get us by now?
We've been dancing for a while, sweetie. You better learn the steps.
Yeah, fucking listen to the music, asshole. All right, like I said, 1:30 away. Let's hammer that out. 1:30, not very far. Let's have 8 or 9 of you knock that out, and Johnny and I will do another hour of show for you. I love this next one. I feel like you should be allowed to just run nightclubs out of your basement if you want to, but I understand I'm in the minority on that. Like, if you want to have people over, and then those people want to drink at your house, and you want to charge them to drink at your house, and then you play a bunch of loud music and you all dance, what's wrong with that, Johnny?
I mean, if you're someone who's living nearby and you don't want to have a loud party, but you're kind of forced to be involved, I could understand you're not happy.
All right, if you follow all the noise ordinances, there.
Well, then I don't see who gives a shit.
Yeah, there we go. Well, they busted up a guy who was just trying to run a nightclub out of his basement.
I mean, if you're not bothering anybody, who gives a fuck? Let somebody bump and grind. He's the one who's going to have to clean up all the puke and shit. So
exactly. Leave him alone. Let's find out what happened with this.
Metro Police shut down an illegal nightclub operating out of a home. And this is what police found inside. More than 12.
See, look, Johnny, that looks regulated and cleaned. I mean, what is that, a foldable card table?
Yeah.
And then a bunch of booze bottles half drank with just the caps on them, not like the pour spouts or anything like that, just the original caps on them.
Okay, so who is, I want to know who's the bartender running this collection. I'm worried they're not pouring accurately. You might be pissing money right out the door.
You think their pours might be off? Oh no, we need John Taffer to get down to that basement and do a bar rescue.
100 bottles of booze and cases of beer. Police also seized the drugs and cash.
Nope.
The home is just south of 34th Street in the city's northwest side. Police learned of the illegal operation after getting dozens of calls from neighbors about loud music, assaults, and...
Yeah, that's just it. That's what's going to get you every time. Hey, let's have a nightclub in our basement. It'll be fun. Then all of a sudden your neighbors are tired of not sleeping until 4 in the morning, and they're going to call the cops. And then you're fucked. I mean, just... Can't you
Are
go...
drunken fights generally noisy?
Oh, from time to time they can get a little raucous, yeah.
Shots fired.
We had a lot of help from the neighbors. We had neighbors who identified different vehicles that were coming, the time frame, the times when most of the people were coming to the location. So without the neighborhood's help, our investigation would take a little bit longer, but they did help out a lot for this.
Police believe that a couple was running the nightclub between 3 and 6 a.m. on Fridays and Saturdays.
Oh, so they were running like an after bar thing. So it wasn't even
3
like
and 6 a.m. on Fridays and Saturdays. So, yeah, when everyone else cleared out.
Yeah, that's pretty smart.
You came down to this part of town to get a couple drinks and maybe, I don't know, close the deal on that chick that you've been burning on all night.
Right. You can buy yourself a little time so that chafing in your groin region actually means something. Attaboy. No, but it's Friday and Saturday night. I mean, the neighbors can put up with that for a couple hours, can't they?
I don't see what the problem is.
You guys will be fine.
After other bars.
Could you imagine the fucking hot messes that walk out of there around 6:30, 7 in the morning, though? You got families like getting ready to go to church or going to breakfast with their children, and you just see the most disgusting, disheveled, walk of shame motherfuckers come piling out of that house.
I mean, it would be completely inconspicuous. How did anyone catch up on this operation?
Just broken heels and messy hair all over the goddamn place as people are exiting.
Bars had closed. Police have not made any arrests yet. Prosecutors will decide if any charges are filed. Police say it's rare to find this kind of operation, but they say they are currently investigating 2 other cases.
Wow. So you got a couple of, as they call them, after-hours spots that you need to bust
I feel
up.
like the cops are saying that as code. The cases they're investigating were Modelo and Corona. We saw them in the picture.
So now I have a question. Like, when does a friendly get together, when does like having people over at your house after the bars close turn into you're running a nightclub? Like, what's the cutoff?
I'd say probably the shots fired part is definitely.
You know what? I'll give you that. Shots fired, pretty bad. Skeezy says, what's the difference between that and a regular house party? Okay, yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at. And Johnny's right. Like, the shots fired, that I guess would count.
That's kind of where we've crossed the line.
That would be one of
We've crossed the Rubicon.
Yes, that would be one of the times where you maybe don't get to keep her open anymore. And SC Motorsports says when you charge them money. Yeah, but
Well, do we know that money was charged? We just know that they called it a nightclub. We don't know that they were like charging like door prices or anything.
Right. Nobody should know they were charging money because everybody should be keeping their fucking mouth shut about it. Nobody should know there's money exchanging hands.
Oh, great. The freaking double homicide. Nobody saw nothing. The nightclub. Well, let me tell you how it worked. Oh, great. Great.
Guys, we are $130 away from going to overtime today, so we are not far away. We can knock that out with your generous support. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, etc. If you want to help us out, we sure would appreciate it. Go ahead and drop a couple of bucks in, and let's get that 130 knocked out in the next 25 minutes. Thanks, boys and girls. We did the WWE Netflix thing. We got that. We're good there. We did the Popeye's chicken robbery. Looks like we can open up those 8 o'clock hour stories. And while we do that, let's talk about our friends at Midland Armory in downtown Foley. MidlandArmory.com. Of course, at Midland Armory, you can get a great selection of firearms, tactical gear, and much more. That's MidlandArmory.com. Make an order today. Have it delivered right to your door. Or if you're not an FFL dealer, have your firearm delivered to one near you from Midland Armory and pick it up. Use the promo code SteelToe when you order online or in person in downtown Foley, and you'll get a nice discount off of your order at Midland Armory in downtown Foley. Also, All Care Towing, if you're in central Minnesota and you go in the ditch, nobody quicker and better than All Care Towing. 320-253-5203. If you get in an accident, you go in the ditch, the car won't go, whatever you need, tire goes flat and you don't have your stuff with you, All Care Towing is there to help as quickly as possible. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud and Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Of course, Cheetos and the team at Stoney's have the best Bloody Marys in the area. Grab yourself a beer, grab a cocktail, watch the football games this weekend, or enjoy the live music on Saturday night. on the Fireball stage at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. That's Stoney's Bar, the best dive bar there is. Nobody better than Stoney's. All right, Johnny, here's what's going to happen. Oh, where'd he go? There you are. Johnny, I'm going to go do the only pee of the show today.
Ooh.
That's it. The only one. Because I'm preparing to do overtime today.
Okay.
I'm thinking we're going to get that last 1:30. We're going to do overtime, and we're going to be going till 10:30 today. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to go do the 1P of the day. You promote your stuff, talk about whatever the hell you want, and then we've got plenty of stuff to get into the next 50 minutes of this program. Let's knock out that last $130. Thank you for your generosity, and we'll be going a long time this morning.
We have a couple of stories that I have set up to talk about. We have a CEO of a baby company making an apology for they had an employee who had a baby in, the NICU, and so you'd think of all the companies in the world to understand a woman with child care needs. So we're going to have fun talking about that. More dolphin effing. Somebody, I make no promises. I'll see if I can come across more videos and stories of dolphins behaving badly. Sadly, I had to toss all of my conquest trophies. What? I don't know what we're talking about. Conquest trophies. Johnny, show us the doll where Aaron touches you. That's actually the thing. Aaron doesn't touch me. I'm the one person not involved in all the swinger stuff. I don't know if it's because I'm a handicapped person and he has like proclivities, and I don't fault anybody for that. It's always more work. But yeah, it's I'm not on that. Aaron is not well, says Kyle. No, Aaron's having a wee. He's doing better. So there we go. All right. Anyways, so yes, back to what I was saying. I have a couple of stories about a tech CEO who passed away at a business party in a very funny manner. So well, I don't know that he passed away in a funny manner, but it's not.
I hope it was hilarious. Thinking. I hope he stepped on an exposed wire when his shoes were wet.
Well, he fell to his death in front of his employees at a company party.
So. Ah ha ha ha. Did they go through his pockets for a bonus?
I have no idea. I do believe, though, as before he fell, he said, "Don't worry, guys. In this company, it's only up from here." So at least there was that.
Kyle says Aaron is not well. Dude, I'm feeling great today. Are you kidding me? Oh my!
He's only had one potty break. That's an up for him.
I've only had one potty break. I feel fantastic. I've been alert. I've been getting sleep the last week and a half. I feel incredible. Are you kidding me?
No caffeine today, so you're just out and up.
No caffeine. I'm doing my thing. And I'm excited because I think in the next 20 minutes, this audience is going to come up big. We're going to knock out that last 1:30, and we're going to do overtime today. And if we don't, then we get a half hour off today.
Yeah.
So, weigh the two.
I get to go drive my car earlier than I planned.
Yeah, weigh the two against each other. But there it is. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, all the links are in the chat, super chats, whatever you want to do. 1:30 away and 20 minutes left in today's show. A Virgin Atlantic flight was about to take off for the Big Apple when a nosy passenger peeked out their window and realized something was off with the wing. Johnny, any guesses?
Was it on fire?
That would have been pretty obvious. Or take a look at this picture. What does that look like?
That looks like you're missing some rivets.
They're missing a shitload of rivets out of the fucking wing of the plane. 4 of them, to be exact. 4 rivets were missing out of the wing of the plane, which caused them to, believe it or not, cancel the flight. I don't know if you knew this or not, but you're not allowed to fly a plane if there's a shitload of rivets missing out of the wing.
This is your captain speaking. We're going to taxi back to the terminal. We apologize, but apparently this thing's fucking falling apart. The duct tape is no longer adhesive, so we better offload you before you die.
This is your pilot speaking. We're going to have to deplane. Nothing big. It's just Well, we might have been a little fucked if we went up there. Quite frankly, we might have lost a wing. I mean, look, not something we can't recover from, but I'm sure it wouldn't have been pleasant. So you guys, we're going to get that all fixed up, and you guys can fly Virgin anytime you want, because I'm sure you'll want to.
All right, so this is your captain speaking. Random question: has anybody seen any rivets floating around? We're just curious if any of you have seen any rivets.
Dude. Attention, Virgin passengers. This is your captain speaking. None of you happen to have a toolbox on your carry-on, do you? Because if you've got a Phillips head screwdriver and some loose screws, we sure could use your help. Thank you.
Normally, you might hear a stewardess ask, does anyone know how to fly a plane? Right now, I'd like to ask, does anyone know how to weld? We'd like someone to fix the plane.
Zio Gold says, was the plane worked on by a woman of color? Now, why would you say something like that?
Oh.
Kyle says, you don't need all the fasteners. It's just job security. That would be great if that was their message. If someone looked out the window and go, holy shit, there's screws missing from the wing. And the pilot went,
don't worry about it. Not the biggest deal in the world. It's all basically a union thing anyway. We'll be fine when we get up there. By the way, plenty windy today, so we should have some turbulence. But don't worry, those 4 screw holes will act as a bit of a windbreak if you think about it.
I mean, you guys are worried about the 4 rivets that are missing right now. How about the report that recently came out that a whole shitload of planes were missing some safety bolts, so the side of the door just came off in the middle of the flight?
Not the biggest deal in the world, guys. I mean, hell, it's not like the emergency door is going to blow the fuck off in midair, right? Don't worry, I don't think there's any Muslims with box cutters on board, so I think in the grand scheme of things, we're going to be okie dokie.
Yeah, Michael B.
Does anyone have a Leatherman? I know it's a weird ask on an airplane, but just wanted to throw it out there.
You don't tell them why you're asking for all of this stuff? Like,
nobody has a DeWalt bag with them by chance, do they? All right, we'll be taking off in a little bit.
One of these F-tards on this plane told us this plane is F'd. I'd blame him. Yeah. Exactly. I'm just trying to get to my destination. Don't point out that the screws are missing. Let's just go. I wonder to myself, as many times as I've flown, I wonder if I've ever flown with like screws missing or like pieces out of the plane missing. I'm sure I have.
Yeah, dude. As we found out, like I said, the story I covered a while ago with I don't know if you covered it, the safety door ejecting mid-flight.
Yeah.
The bolts that keep the door locked in are like, it's like a spring-loaded system or whatever. If those bolts come loose, the door will kind of just come out the minute the plane gets jostled a little.
Yeah.
The safety pins preventing the bolts from coming loose apparently are shockingly missing on a lot of planes.
Right.
And so we had one go wrong, but it's just like, oh, we found a bunch of they downed an entire fleet of planes to like literally check and fix this issue. So I'm just like between that and the plane flying with its engine on fire and the plane in Tokyo hitting another plane taking off. I'm just like, maybe I should never fly.
Yeah.
I haven't yet, and I've survived this long.
Michael B says, excuse me, Ryan the Garbage Man.
This is your pilot speaking. You guys don't have any tape, do you?
Weird question for a pilot to ask. Michael B says, I get to fly back home Wednesday morning. Super. Oh, I'm sure you'll be fine. Here's how I always feel about those kind of weird plane stories. I'm like, okay, statistically, they got that one out of the way.
Yeah. You're going to die or suffer something totally different. Don't worry.
Yeah, exactly. If something fucked up happens to you, it's going to be something way different than this. Still 1:30 away, still about 14 minutes away from 10 o'clock. Let's see if we can get close to that goal number, boys and girls. $130, and all the links are up in the chat. Let's gang up on that thing and pound it into submission, shall we? I don't want to miss by 1:30 today. I wouldn't mind missing by 70, but I don't want to miss by 1:30.
This is your captain speaking. Statistically, the 4 bolts missing from the plane are less likely to kill you than the loved one sitting next to you. Just food for thought.
Especially you eyeballing the strawberry blonde in the next row. You're about to get a...
oh, fuck.
You're about to get a pen in the neck. British traveler Phil Hardy was on board flight VS-127 at Manchester Airport in the UK when he noticed the 4 missing fasteners during a safety briefing for passengers and decided to alert the cabin crew. You know, I always thought that ignoring those bitches when they were yapping about safety would come in handy. If he wasn't staring out the window into space looking at the wing, he never would have saw that. He says, I'm a good flyer, but my partner was not loving the information I was telling her and starting to panic. And I was trying to put her mind at rest as much as I could. So he fucked everything up. So he would have been able to get to New York. He would have been fine. But he made the mistake of telling his wife because he was like, look, there's 4 fasteners missing from the wing. It's not a big deal. We'll still be able to get, to our destination just fine. But he made the mistake.
Creepy, right?
He made the mistake of telling a woman, and she went, oh my God, we're all going to fucking die. And you can't keep people on an airplane like that once someone yells, oh my God, we're all going to fucking die. You've kind of got to let everyone get off the plane and, get their composure back. It's it's a big moment for an
We're
airplane.
not going to die. We're just missing parts of the plane. If you had any idea how often we're missing parts of the plane.
Man, we are missing screws on the regular. It is not a big deal. I thought it was...
for all the people complaining about the rivets, just a quick note from the captain here. It's only 4? Yeah, that's a low number. Don't worry.
Yeah. Happens all the time. He says, I thought it was best to mention it to a flight attendant to be on the safe side. Where's your sense of fun?
Tell them when they're in the air.
Oh, by the way, guys, I took a little nap. I fell asleep. I meant to tell you. There's 4 bolts missing out of the wing, but that's not a big deal, right?
Like, we're good, right?
Zeke Kyle says, it's okay. There's 2 left. Hold. Exactly. All right, about 10 minutes left in today's show and still 1:30 away. Are we doing overtime today or not? 1:30 is the number, and the tank is completely empty at the moment. In about 5 minutes, Johnny and I are going to start bringing this plane in for a landing and wrapping it up. And then
see how many rivets we still have left.
See how many rivets we still have left. And you guys can decide if you want to chip in to knock out that 1:30 or not. So all the links are in the chat if you want to contribute to our program. Johnny, a historic first in food service. In-N-Out Burger is closing their first ever location.
What?
Why?
Why would In-N-Out Burger? That's a big deal, man. I mean, if you've never closed a location, don't start now, especially in this economy. What?
Never, ever closed a restaurant before. They're closing their restaurant in Oakland over crime and safety concerns for its customers and employees. Crime literally so bad in Oakland that a fast food burger joint can't stay open. Do you know how many videos I've seen of heinous crime happening at like a Popeyes or a McDonald's or anywhere else? And they just keep operating as though nothing happened. Do you know how much fucking crime has to happen at a burger place for them to shut it down? You got to be way past January 6th.
Well, I mean, is it really the crime or is this just their clever way of getting out from Gavin Newsom's new laws? I mean, it's pretty bad though, right? In-N-Out Burger, like what is worth fighting at In-N-Out Burger for? You're shooting at In-N-Out Burger?
You just feel like you have to. You feel moved by the spirit to clock the person in front of you. I suppose.
We got to make a quick buck. Yo, let's rob the In-N-Out Burger.
Right.
We'll be in and out.
This is I'm doing a few quick hits here because it doesn't look like we're going to be knocking out today's goal. It looks like we're going to fall short today and not go until 10:30. Tuesday mornings, always the shittiest for some reason, just always a struggle no matter who's on or what's going on. Always a struggle on Tuesday mornings. It looks like we're going to take an L today. So I'll just kind of quick hit some of these and we'll just coast into 10 o'clock and then call it a day. Ruby slippers that were stolen from a museum from The Wizard of Oz. A man who stole them admitted in court that he stole the slippers because they were intended as, quote, one last score. This was like his Ocean's 11. This was his, Brando, De Niro, and Edward Norton in The Score. This was like his, this was his Donald Sutherland in The Italian Job. This was, just One more for the road. What do you?
So he admitted to being a criminal? Like, so he's a known thief, or what's going on here?
He admitted to the whole thing, to stealing the ruby slippers out of the museum. By the way, Balls Deep gifting a membership to Zeke Kyle. Thank you very much. We've got 8 minutes left, so you guys can knock out that 130 if you want to. But I would say it's not looking very good at the moment. And as I said, we're just going to kind of start bringing it in for a landing here and putting it all away, so to speak. Terry Martin, 76, pled guilty to the theft in October. He stole the shoes from the Judy Garland Museum in Grand Rapids, Minnesota. That just seems like one of those places where if you steal from it, you just go to hell automatically. It's just such a shitty thing to steal from, like the Judy Garland Museum in Grand Rapids, Minnesota, which I'm sure is only open part-time, and it's run by some grandma, and there's a creaky, rickety old wood floor, and they're uneven, and it's
supporting an entire town.
Yeah.
Because it's like, we don't have a lot of like cool shit here. Although actually we do continually produce people in the film industry.
Exactly. So he stole the shoes from the Judy Garland Museum in Grand Rapids, Minnesota, Garland's hometown, after being approached by a person he calls an old mob associate offering him a job. How far has the mob fallen that we're stealing ruby fuck slippers? Which is, all right, man. I got one last score for you, my friend. What's that? I need you to steal me some glittery shoes. Really? I mean, I can do that, but it doesn't seem like the big score. I was thinking maybe some jewels or a big bank heist, or like,
these are rubies.
No, these are ruby
fucking slippers.
Ruby fucking slippers, kid. All right, this is a big score, and you need to be in on it with me. Dr. Silverwolf says it's a really boring museum. Yeah, everybody's just saying Kyle's right. Kyle says Minnesota is so lame. Yeah, I mean, it's just a really shitty like place to rip off, because people in the chat are saying you're absolutely right. That's what the museum is. It's just creaky wooden floors, uneven home, the whole deal. And this guy comes in and steals ruby slippers. And I'm sure it's a trusting place where they like leave the ruby slippers out in the open. They don't put them in a case or anything else. And nobody's ever thought to steal them because they're not the biggest piece of shit who's ever lived. And then,
I mean, what? Who would ever? Well, who would take the shoes? They're a piece of Americana. Like,
exactly.
Yeah, right.
Cheesy Grin becoming a Baby Boot member. Thank you, buddy. All right, we're 125 away from today. Is anybody we're in the last 5 minutes of today's show, so you can throw in, help us knock out that 125, or we are failing like motherfuckers today by $125. We'll maybe we see if we make that up throughout the rest of the week. But as of right now, we're going to ask you again: Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, etc. Are we going to fuck up today and not make it? While Terry had been crime-free for years, the addict's rush of anticipation was too much, and he gave in to the temptation of one last score. His attorneys were, they're knocked off a place in Grand Marais, Grand Rapids, Minnesota, and they're acting like it's the Thomas Crown affair. Jesus. According to Martin, the man who first proposed the theft, whom Martin refused to name, wanted the shoes not for their value as cultural artifacts, but because he mistakenly thought the slippers contained real rubies that could be sold as valuable gems. Cocksucker.
You're telling me these fucking movie slippers are using costume fucking gems?
This stupid motherfucker thought that the movie shoes had real rubies in them. He thought they were fucking Marie Antoinette's shoes or something.
Right. So these priceless ruby slippers are being kept in a mom and pop museum in Minnesota. Dude, this crime is so beautiful it writes itself. They don't have security. They are so trusting. They don't even have a glass fucking case. Really? And these rubies, like, I saw them from the size. They got to be worth millions. Like, right. And so the shoes are just laying out? All right.
You think those fucking painted-faced midgets in that movie are going to lie to us about what's on them shoes? Can you believe they're keeping ruby shoes just sitting around in some small little wooden house in Minnesota?
After this, I'm stealing Willy Wonka's chocolate recipe.
I'm telling you, man, it would be so much fun to watch these two dipshits plan this and just not say a word to them the entire time. Just watch them gas each other up and get all excited. Watch be like, oh, yeah, we got them ruby shoes. Oh, they got them jewels all over them. We'll probably make $1.5 a piece. And you just sit there and go, sounds great, guys. You need a lookout.
He's having that dramatic moment where he's smoking a cigarette. Swore I'd never come back here. But it's too much for one last score. And it's just like, right.
All right. And they're in their 70s. If they go to jail, they're going to jail for the rest of their lives. And when they got arrested, they were probably like, oh, no, we got busted on a multi-million-dollar heist. And then they go to court and they're like, no, this is a misdemeanor. We're giving you a $200 ticket. Those shoes are worth $40. Like, I don't. Yeah, but in the movie, they said they were rubies. It's costume jewelry, you dumb shits. It's a movie. By the way, we are 1 minute away from the end of today's show, so we're going to go ahead and wrap it up. It looks like MSO is going to grab himself a huge $125 win today. That is a big fail for us and a big win for MSO. Steel Toe looking like absolute dipshit retards today. Congratulations, MSO. If you'd like to contribute in the next minute, there's all the links. If not, Johnny and I will take a sweet L today, and we'll get a little 30 minutes off of our morning. Johnny can go drive his car a little early.
Yeah. I have to apparently drive it 10 miles so it can relearn.
Cheeseburger Pie says, God, Aaron, I told you should have begged more. Thanks, Cheese. Appreciate that. Very cool. Aristocock says, get used to it, Tubby. Yeah, I mean, maybe the show's dying. Maybe it's all over. There you go, Aristocock. We're all done. Losing by 125. That is a fucking dick kicking. That one wasn't even close.
Yeah.
We just took a hard L for today. Did we just give them a discount great show today?
Yeah, pretty much.
I
mean, we get a little bit of a deal because we get out early. But that's
we do. We're right around that time, too, where it's the sweet spot where I'm like, I'll take 30 minutes off for $100. You kidding?
Like I said, I got shit to do.
Sounds good to
including
me.
Go take a shit.
Sid with $75. Thank you very much, buddy. Oh, he says you didn't lose by 125. Oh, we lost by 50. There you go. You know what? Sid put us right at the threshold where we don't have to keep going.
Yeah.
But we still barely lost. There you go. A $50 L today. Very cool. Thank you very much. For the Sid for the 75 there. Appreciate that. Now it's a real nice loss today. Now I really like it. Oh, balls deep. Oh, shit.
All right, well, I have to go use the restroom.
Do you have to go? I think we oh, no, we have to keep going.
What?
Fuck.
All right, well, then I'll be back in a
Balls
minute.
Deep with 5 gifted memberships. Dr. Silverwolf with $5. We're 35 away, and that is the rule. Inside of 50, we got to keep going. Well, guys, we're going to have some fun together, you and I. You know what? The one day where we're both like, man, we got shit to do. This will be a lot of fun. Hey, MSO, congratulations on your W. This will be a good one for you. And then all of a sudden, the last minute, hey, wait a minute, fuckface, look at this. Son of a bitch. Dr. Silverwolf says, dance, piggy, dance. All right. Well, we got 30 minutes left. Mr. St. Caesar says, you shouldn't have said anything, fatty. Did you eat the leftovers yesterday? I did. I did eat the leftovers yesterday. They were good. They were fine. I don't think there was anything wrong with them. Getting very angry messages right now. Hey, shit. All right, 35 away. Finish it up. Listen, here's a dirty trick. If you fuckers made me stick around for an extra half hour today, and then we still end up with that 35 hanging out there, which is fine. I mean, not a big deal at all. But I think out of decency, you guys should mop up that last 35 since you're keeping me for a half hour. Sid Seraph says, I would have let it go, but Aristocock TX had to be a cock. Oh, so Aristocock being a dick is what kept me here a half hour longer. Well, then Aristocock TX probably feels like really proud of himself then. He probably thinks he did a great job. Mizzle T Shizzle becoming a steel toe bro. Thank you very much, buddy. 30 away from being done. Appreciate that. Trucker 18 Wheeler says, don't do it, guys. There's a new Ed and Michelle out today if you're interested, says Carlos. We could do that for overtime tonight. April loves Ed and Michelle. And I love Ed and Michelle also. I don't know if Johnny likes Ed and Michelle that much. He might not be a big Ed and Michelle guy. This one is, hold on a minute. This is from, oh God, why am I blanking on the fucking name? Hobo. Hobo says, come on, fat ass, get with the good show. Sorry, buddy. I apologize. I'm going to, Oh. I don't want to do overtime today. I was ready to go. Oh boy. You had something else planned for overtime, says SC Motorsports. I know, now I'm rattled. Oh, that's right. We had Elisa Jordana. That's what we had. Harry Brogan, our buddy Harry, sent us some stuff on Elisa. God, she's a fucking mess. What is she out? She got booted out of a Trump event last night. All right. What did she... God, she's awful. Elisa Jordana, we've been following her since... Oh, hold on one second. Give me 1 second here. There you go. Oh, my life is a goddamn Greek tragedy. Elisa Jordana was booted out of a Trump event last night. She was asked to leave by security, and when she tried to talk... I can't read this. When she tried to talk, he wore... Oh, when she tried to talk her way out of it, maybe? The police became involved and escorted her off the premises. I am attaching a short video where she's being asked to leave by security. The police got involved shortly after this. Link to the full clip is below. All right, well, let's take a look at this. Oh, Cheeto's letting me know. Got a band for during the day of the anniversary show. Do you want karaoke after again? Fuck yeah. I want to do karaoke again. What is that, a fucking trick question? Oh,
it went so well last time. Are we going to bring Gino back out to try and redeem himself?
What the fuck is going on here? Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. I'm just checking. I'm being very unprofessional right now.
Yeah, a little bit.
Enough is enough, for Christ's sake. All right. Elisa Jordana getting booted out of a Trump event. Let's go to this thing. I hate her so much. She's the one who her Discord got, the whole swatting thing going.
Right.
And I tell you what, this fucking monster, she just goes around basically manipulating mentally ill people to follow. Like, she starts like a mentally ill posse, and then she gets these people to like go to stuff with her and like cause problems in public. Like, she doesn't do any kind of show. She just goes around and she has these mentally ill people leech onto her, and she has this sense of entitlement that I've never seen in another human being before. Mr. Approachable says, wait, it's Elisa Jordana for overtime? Just send me $30 and say you didn't make the goal and end it early. Well, look, we're 30 away now. You guys don't have to hit that. So if you hate Elisa Jordana stuff, then just don't send the 30, and we'll be good. Off we go.
There we go.
Huh?
That's it. We bought tickets.
I know, but they want you to leave.
Why? Who's they?
Security.
But why?
You were here last week.
I was nice last week. No, I wasn't. Not last week. Last week? Are you kidding? Is that a joke? That's a fan. I'm a famous person.
Is that you?
Oh, my God. I
Jesus.
fucking hate her so much. She's so easy. People are like, oh, why are you doing Elisa Jordana shit? She's always so easy for me to hate. It feels good. I like it.
I'm a famous person.
I'm a
Bullshit.
famous person. Who the fuck are you? No,
We're not famous people, and you fucked around with us, and we literally helped quash you with the help of, who was it that, was it?
Noodles?
I forget who it was.
Whoever the fuck it was. I know Kevin Brennan beat the shit out of her, too. So it was us and Kevin and a few other people. But, like, the entitlement, and, like, nobody knows who she is. She's like, she hangs her hat on the fact that she was on the Stern Show a couple times. She was on the Stern Show a couple times because she was fucking Benji Bronk. And she was fucking Benji Bronk because she wanted to have a singing career, and she saw this fat fuck that she knew would take her from the Howard Stern Show, and she used that to get on Stern's show. And then when she did get on the Howard Stern Show, she made an ass of herself, and Howard basically made fun of her and told her she was useless and talentless. And then she takes that and goes, oh, yeah, I'm famous. You're not. You're not even Hank the Drunken Angry Dwarf famous.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with anything.
Oh, yes, it is.
The full video. Okay, so this is...
All right, so my ticket is in the other bag. Hi, how are you?
Good. You interviewed me last time.
Oh yeah, you're such a nice guy. I remember you. You're so friendly.
Tonight they're doing registration according.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Can we get some? I just want to see her get kicked out.
Here. Yeah. Where is your friend? Right here.
All right, I'm starting to get that nervous. Somebody sent me a shitty clip feeling.
Yeah, we need timestamps of this. This is 11 minutes of what?
I'm tapping out of this. Fuck, I'm making a judgment call. This is going to be shitty. People paid for this. I'm not going to give them dog shit, like an Elisa Jordana stuff. Are you on?
We got, mind? I think, the real meat of the moment. You need to leave. But I'm a famous person.
You're right. No. That's all I need out of Elisa Jordana. I'm a famous person. Are you? Are you a famous person? Great. Go be famous somewhere else. We don't need you to be famous. Oh, by the way, big news. I just got a text from Cheetos. Karaoke will officially be at the anniversary show.
Hooray.
What?
No, I'm just saying, again, like, because the last karaoke got very interesting for 3 reasons.
Well, yeah.
1, you drunkenly performing bent on stage.
I mean, was I drunk? I feel like we should watch the clip again. I feel like I might have been in really good shape.
2, Gino drunkenly performing bent with you on stage.
I think.
And 3, you paying a completely literally tattoo mushroom stamped individual $20 for their amazing rendition of I don't even know what song.
Here's the problem with that. So I told the audience that people who went up there and did a good job with karaoke, I'd give them $20. You know, I'd give prizes for karaoke. Just
right.
$20 here you go. Get yourself a couple drinks. A guy came out of the bathroom and he was dressed like an absolute mo. I mean, just a flaming, like such a flaming mo that you wouldn't think that person would be at Stoney's Bar in Rockville. I mean, little hot pants on, chubby as fuck, but his midriff showing. And I thought one of our fans had put on an elaborate costume to get $20 for doing karaoke. And he got up there and he started singing it. I'm like, this is fucking hilarious. And I went up and gave him $20 because I thought he was doing a great job. It turns out it was just a homosexual who was up there flaming out doing karaoke.
Yeah, because there was like a bridal party that came in with a couple of women and a couple of women-adjacent individuals, I guess is the safest way we can call them.
Women adjacent.
And Yeah, dude, that was, like I said, that was a very interesting moment. So my question is again, do we invite some of the both high and low performers, like say Gino and Mr. Stamp, out to perform again?
That guy can stay home, thank you.
Did you get his number?
You know, I must have missed it.
Oh,
I'm really sorry about that.
you guys didn't talk or anything? That's a shame.
No, we didn't. We didn't exchange numbers, Johnny.
Oh, you know why? You know why you didn't though?
Why is that?
'Cause Cheeseburger chased them all off.
Should we here? I want to let the audience decide if Gino and I were intoxicated while we were doing karaoke. Because you're casting aspersions. See, I have a headache.
Let's rock, guys! It shouldn't be so complicated. Can't touch me again. Touch me again. So scared that I'll never get put back together. Keep breaking me in.
And that was the end of Gino.
That sip of Windsor right there was the death blow.
Yup.
Dead man walking at that point. Gino is so gone that I'm trying to do like lean in bro singing, and he's like, I don't fucking know.
He's staring at the screen like, these are words? All right.
I'm so scared that I'll never.
We're jumping like a couple of queebs. Oh, so don't you feel like an idiot for saying that we were drunk when we did that?
I mean, no, those look like two entirely sober individuals.
Scarface says the room starting to spin due to all the gayness. Fauci's Pangolin says looks sober and normally gay to me. See, we were just gay. We weren't drunk.
I don't know, man.
My lost interest says Aaron has a body built for karaoke. Thanks, pal. Appreciate that. By the way, My Lost Interest has an amazing channel. Potato Head says this is the best karaoke I've seen since that video of Scott Weiland. Do you remember Scott Weiland's performance towards the very tail end of his life?
No.
Oh, man, was it brutal. I bet you we can find that. $30 away from finalizing this overtime that we're doing here. 15 minutes left in it. Scott Weiland. God, who was he playing with? What was the band at that time? Scott Weiland. Was it his last performance? Don't tell me it was his last performance. Scott Weiland and the Wildabouts. That's what it was. Oh, yeah, the Vaseline. Oh, this was bad. This was one of his last performances before he died.
All right, this is a new song. We just worked it out today.
See, you get it because he's going to do one of his biggest hits of all time. He's saying it's a new song. They just worked it out today, and he's going to do Vaseline. Look at that stare. Fucked up. That it's just like, that's not even, you're not even looking at anything. That's just, you're staring inward. You're like staring in at your own soul. You're not even looking out at the world.
Ben, that kind of messed up him, Holt. See, then this is what I feel like was you and Gino that night. I just feel like you guys were, well, probably more Gino than you. Staring out.
Yeah, that look, we had dreamy eyes for each other.
Because it was going to get so gay later.
Later? How gay did you want it to get?
I don't know, but apparently it wasn't enough because, again, as soon as Gino left, you fall for the first man in hot pants with a mushroom stamp on his leg. You didn't even wait.
I swear to God, I thought he was one of ours in a costume.
Right. That's what you said. I
I'm
swear to
sorry.
God, I thought he was one of ours in a costume.
I need to calm down and smell my Mountain Man soap. Oh, that is...
I don't know if that's helping or hurting at
nice.
this point.
I don't know if he's too high. I don't know if his band... I'll give him this. His band's playing a little too fast. They're going a little too quick. But he's also super fucked up. This is like the perfect storm of like a guy being high as fuck and his band also not really being the band that should be doing this song. I forgot how bad that was. I remember watching during the 101 show. I remember watching that, and it was just so sad.
Holy Jesus Christ.
Balls Deep says he's like 3 keys flat. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt and say that the band kind of fucked him up, but that was probably going bad even if they played it right.
And his mic is somehow weirdly lower, so I don't know if he can't hear his voice and maybe he needs to get himself back on track, but he doesn't. That's just painful to watch. As someone who enjoys that song, I am now hurting inside. I didn't need that in my life.
So now people are saying in the chat he's so fucked, I feel bad for him. You don't have to feel bad for him anymore.
Yeah, no, he's fine.
Yeah, he's
no
good
one
now.
Can hurt him now.
Yeah, he's way better than he's way better now than he was when he made that video.
He has no downtime. He's got no taxes, no bills. He's living easy life.
You see, kids, he's fucking dead. You know when he died? That same year. Crazy, right?
Strange. Nobody saw it coming.
People are saying that Stone Temple Pilots might actually be cursed. Scott Weiland dead. Chester Bennington took over for him, and after he took over for Scott Weiland, he was dead. Uh-oh. Better not. I hope they don't have a front man now. I hope they decided to wrap it up. Producer Robert says, I washed my taint this morning with Mountain Man soap. It does seem like a good taint washing soap. You want your taint to smell like a Mountain Man. Wait. What I meant to say, and what that was,
soap, you mow.
What that was supposed to sound like, was something far different. Need Trump gifting 5 memberships. Thank you, buddy. Dirty Cow, I Am a Cunt, Cousin It, Johnny 1.0, and Zombie Slayer, all getting memberships. Now, boys and girls, we are only $20 away from finishing off this morning. Who wants to do that one in the next 9 minutes? 9 minutes, and then $20, and then it's an official W for us, and MSO has to eat shit. That's basically how it works. $20 away. Everybody throw in a little bit. We'll knock it out. A Texas couple was arrested after a mother and her boyfriend were accused of providing the woman's baby with fentanyl-laced milk. How is fentanyl getting in our milk?
Why?
Why
would you?
Why is the baby's milk? Oh, God, I'm an idiot. I'm a dipshit. I'm guessing she pumped and she's on Fent. Right? That would be the way that would
Well,
get.
then that would make sense, yeah.
When first responders arrived at the home, they said they found a 4-month-old unconscious. Yeah, as 4-month-olds tend to be when you get them all fucked up on fentanyl. Paramedics said that Narcan, used to counter the effects of opioids, including fentanyl, was the only way to revive the girl. They had to fucking Narcan this 4-month-old because the mom fed her tainted tit milk. Throw the mom in jail for as long as it takes. Never, ever let her see that child again. That, like, to me, Johnny, that's one of those you fucked up once, you don't get a second chance kind of things.
Yeah. It's why I, again, say for people that are just like, oh, how can you ever be pro-abortion? Some people aren't fit to be parents, all right? And if there's a peaceful, easy way out early on with very, very minimal collateral damage, I'm all for it.
Get her the fuck away from that child forever.
And what are the odds the kid grows up to be a superstellar someone?
Unfortunately, not good, right? You don't want to think about that part, but yeah, that kid's fucked. I mean, maybe look at 4 months old. If there's no brain damage from this whole thing, maybe if
then they just have to survive the whole foster care system.
Well, that's a good.
That's so superstellar.
No, a 4-month-old will get adopted right away, won't they?
Not necessarily.
Everybody wants a baby.
Depends on the color and ethnicity. People are very picky with their baby.
Oh, no. This is a fentanyl baby. It's got to be white. Right? Fentanyl babies are white.
I did not know fentanyl babies had a shade.
I thought fentanyl babies were usually white babies.
Well, if the paramedics hadn't gotten there sooner, she'd be blue. Are we right?
Dabba-dee, dabba-die.
Sorry.
I'm blue because my baby just died. My baby has just died. My baby has just died. She's blue and she's dead. Yeah, she died. Yeah, she's dead. Yeah, she died. Sorry. One of these days, that's an ugly face you're making. I'm sorry. I'm feeling a little judged. One rule about this show is that we don't
judge. I led myself into a place where I was like, you know what? I was comfortable with this, and then I pictured it, and I went, oh. Oh, the baby's dead.
I don't like that you kind of led me down the primrose path, and now I feel like shit.
Believe me, I feel guilty, too.
Horrible.
I mean, I didn't do it, so I'm not you, but
yeah, no, I understand. No. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I'm the bigger piece of shit.
Exactly.
Clearly. I like my adopted kids on meth, Aaron, says Fauci's Pangolin. Okay, well then he wants to know for sure that they're white. Well,
they'll get a lot done that way, and then you don't have to worry as much about the dentist bill because they don't even have teeth.
They clean well, yeah. On Friday, Krista Watkins and her boyfriend Christopher Luis Velasquez were charged with felony injury to a child and had an initial bond of $80,000. That bond was later denied because the couple each had a hold for failure to meet a previous bond condition. So these are just perennial fuck-ups. According to records, Watkins said her daughter might have ingested dust from a Vicodin pill she took earlier in the day, but doctors told investigators that the baby's drug test ruled out Vicodin. How about the fact that we had to drug test a fucking baby? Detectives searched the home where the baby's father, mother, and grandmother live, according to a probable cause affidavit. During the search, police said they found several bottles of prescription pills and a clear plastic bag with a brown substance. Investigators said the drugs were found in the bedroom where Watkins and Velasquez slept, adding that the brown substance tested positive for fentanyl and oxycodone. A baby bottle that was about 2/3 filled with milk was on the bedroom dresser. Watkins reportedly told officers she did not feed her daughter breast milk. Okay, so the fentanyl got in the fucking milk.
One, you should be feeding your baby formula if you're not feeding them breast milk. Two, how the fuck does it get in the shit if it's your, no offense, just off of, be a responsible drug consumer. You paid for the stuff. It's worth money. How about you don't just waste it? You know what I mean? That kid's not going to appreciate that high.
No.
And it was probably a great high, and she fucking...
Yeah, the kid couldn't handle her shit. It was fentanyl and oxycodone that was tested positive for in the milk. The baby is now in Child Protective Services care. Well, there's the shocker of the story. Killer Beehive says, Aaron, that's got to be made into a real parody song. Aristocrat King Yeti says, God damn, Aaron's not reading the good shit in chat today. I've read lots of good shit in the chat. Did you miss our Asa Hutchinson bit? Mr. Approachable says, raising a kid is already very expensive. You don't want to pick the one that has an expensive habit. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's fair. Mr. Approachable says, the song you just made up is definitely going on the soundtrack that will play continuously when you get to hell. Was it the song or the fact that I was bouncing around when I sang it? Which part do you think it was?
Was it the fact that we were doing it or the glee that I had?
Yeah.
Which one was?
Was it the happiness? $20 from, I don't want to read a real first name if I don't have to. Oh no, Brennan. Okay. Thank you, Brennan, for the $20. We've knocked it out today. Congratulations, everybody. Johnny, it was a weird place, but we got there.
Yeah.
We made it today. And you've got, of course, the Just Kidding LLC coming up. Or Just Kidding. Just
From
Kidding.
2 to 5:30 today. Another 3.5-hour program.
You're doing another 3 hours? 2 to. Oh, that's normal. Yeah, 2 to 5. God, you know what? I've given you guys everything I have today. Congratulations, you got it all. Did you see
I
how
regularly do 3.5 hours, 5 days a week, and then your 4 hours the first 2 days. So yeah, it's a big day for me.
And you're good through March. Look at you.
Yeah.
Look at this guy, fucking cocking off. All right, guys.
I didn't bring this up. I've been keeping this from you for a while. I haven't rubbed my success in your face. I've been doing better than you for months.
Thank you. All right, Just Kidding LLC on Twitch, on YouTube, on Rumble. Subscribe to all of those platforms. Balls Deep has the links in the chat. We will talk to you guys tonight at 7 p.m. MSO can have another crack at it. He was really looking like a big W today, but I think TX cocked off, and then Sid got involved, and then it all went downhill from there. Yeah. Johnny, thank you very much once again.
You're very welcome.
And to the rest of you, we'll talk to you tonight at 7.